Good morning, colleagues. I hope you are well. My name is Gugundlazi, and I will be your program director today. Today we are honored to be in the presence of Prof. Ramose. And as young scholars, we are privileged to have him here and participate in this program today. As I said, my name is Gugundlazi, and I am from the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology, and it is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this celebratory event. We are glad to have you all here, and we are excited for your presence. I would like to forward a special thank you and acknowledgement to our executive management, our Dean, Prof. Ngosi, Prof. Mashau, Prof. Matise, who supported and encouraged this initiative. We would also like to welcome our keynote speakers who are seated in this lovely table. We would like to definitely extend our welcome to our speakers, namely Ms. Mbepe, Dr. Dladla, Prof. Ntwasa, and Advocate Mantula, who is not here at the moment, but will be arriving. I would also like to extend a special welcome and thank you to our guest of honor, Prof. Ramose. He's the reason why we are all here, and we are excited to have him here, and we are looking forward to this special occasion. We are looking forward to your engagement and participation. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being here. To officially open the event, I would like to call upon our CHS Executive Dean, Prof. Zethu Nkosi, to officially open the event. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Program Director Sanibonani. I'm taking from Prof. Ramose. If you have checked all his videos, he uses Sanibonani, we see you. It's a plural, it's not a singular. Esteemed colleagues, students, and distinguished guests, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the College of Human Sciences, a space where the richness of human inquiry and the depth of communal wisdom meet. Today we stand at a crucial moment in the evolution of human sciences, one that compels us to shift our focus from abstract theories to the lived experiences of individuals who, from the very essence of our Ubuntu community. In this shift, the College of Human Sciences finds both a reaffirmation and a revitalization of its mission. No longer can the study of the human sciences be regarded as an extraneous luxury, rather it is the very heart of intellectual and social discourse. The human sciences do not exist in isolation, they are shaped by and for the community. Here, knowledge is not a distant pursuit, but a shared endeavor, where the human person is not a faceless statistics, but a central, irreplaceable figure in the unfolding narrative of the scholarship. At the core of this philosophy is Ubuntu, the profound recognition which we all know that Umuntu, Umuntu, Ngabantu. Ubuntu transcends philosophy. It is the foundation of the human and social sciences because it is fundamentally the essence of humanity itself. Without Ubuntu, there is no human being, and without the human being, there is no Ubuntu. But its true beauty lies in its communal nature. It is neither the individual nor the collective in isolation, but both in harmonious unity. In a world increasingly fragmented by individualism and marked by consequences of self-interest, Ubuntu offers an invaluable gift, a vision of interconnectedness, mutual responsibility, and shared existence. This is the transformative power of the human sciences. This is the commitment of the College of Human Sciences. And this is the invitation we extend to each of you to engage, to contribute, and to be part of a scholarly community that recognizes knowledge as a force for unity and progress. As for Usingaye, Professor Ramose, you taught us that Ubuntu can be learned. I took from your articles where you say we're talking about people who have gone before us, we're talking about us, and we're talking about people who are yet to be born. You reminded us of, in all whatever we do, we must do good and avoid evil, because the ethical life is the lifelong journey. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the College of Human Sciences, where humanity takes the center stage. This is the gift that Ubuntu philosophy offers to the world. We are saying, Prof. Ramose, we want to give you the flowers while you can still smell them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ngosi, for that beautiful message, a very beautiful message indeed. I would like to now call our COD, Chair of our department, Prof. Tsepo Lepaga, to also open or rather welcome the participants. Thank you. Prof. Lepaga.
Good morning. Good morning. It gives me pleasure to welcome you to UNISA, that is the University of the Land, which celebrated 150 years of existence in 2024 under the theme Reclaiming Africa's Intellectual Futures. It also gives me pleasure to welcome you in the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology, which organized this symposium under the theme The Power of Ubuntu, Cultivating Community, Justice and Resilience Symposium, the legacy and impact of Professor Mogobela Ramose. I would like to firstly welcome our guest of honor, that is Ntate Mogobela Ramose, and the family. Secondly, I would like to welcome our speakers, that is Dr. Ndumiso Dladla, I don't see him here, a former colleague and an intellectual who's based at the University of Pretoria in the Department of Jurisprudence, and the author of Here is a Table, a philosophical essay on history and racism. Ms. Kilebogile Mbembe, an intellectual also based at the University of Pretoria in the Department of Philosophy, and the author of Whites Cannot Be Black, a response to Xolela Manu. And I must pause and say, perhaps, I bet that the sycophants of Angie Crocs begging to be black after reading through this had heart palpitations. Professor Monde Ntwasa, an intellectual based here at UNISA, and the Dean of the College of Agriculture and Human Sciences, Moafrika Dumela. Advocate Sipho Mantula, an intellectual based here at UNISA, in the TM school, that is the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs. I don't see Moafrika also here. Thirdly, I would also want to welcome everyone who has taken time to join us in celebration, engaging and grappling with the work of Ntate Ramose and its impact on the intellectual project. Lastly, I would also like to thank the organizers of this event, that is Gugu Ndlazi, a lecturer in the department, and Sanelisi Wendlovu, another lecturer in the department, and everyone who was involved. I need to mention this. I had the pleasure of meeting and engaging and learning from Ntate Ramose. I must say this, if you are not willing to learn, you must try to avoid Ntate Ramose, because he's not very kind to people who are committed to ignorance. This is because through his Socratic method of continual probing questions in an effort to encourage critical thinking, you'll be left that is to stand with a man of waste. There's a sort of idiom proverb that is used to describe a situation where someone is in a difficult or challenging position, often implying that they are being held accountable or facing consequences of their actions or words. The first time I had an opportunity to learn from Ntate Ramose was through a reading group in which he gave us philosophy lectures to different colleagues in the university. The first thing that Ntate Ramose did after he saw that we were easily excitable with being, of course, the watered version thereof, he then recommended that we read Martin Heidegger's Being and Time. I must indicate that at this stage, I was just finalizing my PhD. So I thought I will just go through the text quickly. Guess what? I spent the entire night reading the first 2 pages of the book, and I could not understand anything. Then we met Ntate Ramose to discuss Being and Time. We started saying a lot of whole of nothing until we reached the stage where we indicated to him that we did not understand. Ntate Ramose then said, you see, now you're starting to learn. He, Ntate Ramose, recommended that we must first go through the introduction to metaphysics and other important introductory texts. From then, we started having classes and engagements. I must also indicate, as I conclude, that after going through the intellectual work of Ntate Ramose, especially his philosophy through Ubuntu, I was never the same intellectually. Ntate Ramose, his work pushed me to think critically, and of course, to question everything. Why? His work forced me to go back and think critically of the work of the late Sesotho writer, Ntate KPD Mapalla, especially his poetic work titled Khapatsaka, My Tears. In this work, Ntate KPD Maphala explores through this poem's themes like oppression, discrimination, struggle for freedom, protest and resistance, and personal experience. In this particular work, Ntate Maphala has two poems that are of relevance for today. Those two are Ki ikopela tukoloho, I'm asking for freedom. In this poem, Ntate Maphala expresses a humble request for freedom and recognition. He says through colonization and its education, Africans have become invisible, and as such, he begs for freedom and recognition. The second one is Mahloaka tutubuloa, my eyes open. In this poem, Ntate Maphala says he's aware of the injustices and as such cannot shy away from them. And he then calls us for action. This is what the work of Ntate Ramose has called us to do. Thanks again to the organizers and welcome to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Lepacha. As a Zulu girl, growing up, I was told not to look my elders in the eyes. I am scared of looking at Prof. Ramos in the eyes. And I have been scared because I've met him twice in two different occasions, but with each occasion, I glance at him and then I look away because as far as I am concerned, I am not supposed to look my elders in the eyes, but it is an honor to actually look at you today. Okay, let's move forward with the program. I would like to call our head of discipline, Prof. Callum Scott, to give a message of appreciation. Thank you.
It seems fitting that in a symposium honoring the academic prowess and influence of one of this land's greatest philosophers that I'm going to break with protocol. The dean was telling me just before that I don't like protocol, and she's right. So I wish to simply greet Ntate Ramose, ri dumedisha Ntate Mukhulu, lihono ria khohlompa. I'm honored and awestruck and fearful in this moment. Honored because my colleagues Gugu and Sane, who organized this symposium, asked me to pay some words of appreciation to our special guest, Professor Mogobela Ramose. And awestruck, or maybe better dumbfounded at this task, given the stature of the man who in these days we acknowledge. My first encounter with the name Mogobela Ramose was as a first-year undergraduate student on the other side of the hill, when we were studying a first-year module in African philosophy. Fortunately, our lecturer had the wisdom not to draw us into debates about whether or not African philosophy existed, but rather to see what was before us, that indeed it does exist. And there, among the readings prescribed, the very first we considered was the singularly important text of Professor Ramose, The Struggle for Reason in Africa. If memory serves me well, it's a long time ago, the only scholar of whom we read two texts was written by Professor Ramose, as we were also introduced to his ideas about Ubuntu, more than a philosophical orientation, but indeed a metaphysical foundation. In point of fact, just a few days ago, I was doing some commentary on a text submitted to me for examination that had a focus on African philosophy and community. And I had to remark to the student who will get the report in some days how very surprised I was that the considerable developments of Professor Ramose on Ubuntu and personhood could not possibly be ignored from the discussion. This is a fact which has remained in my own considerations, and more recently as an academic, previously as a postgraduate student, who would consider myself interested in philosophy and its questions without an overemphasis upon the particular geographic origins of particular philosophies. Thus, I've often sought points of meeting between various themes and ideas, which have necessarily, given my own rootedness in this milieu, included theorizations that are African. In my own published research, the philosopher Ntate Ramose appears frequently as a citation. So as Gugu says, when we behold one who we cite, we stand in awe. Perhaps some of you could imagine the joy and indeed the trepidation when I was appointed as a junior lecturer in philosophy here, only to discover, although he was in Ethiopia at the time, that one of my colleagues was Professor Ramose. I would not say, however, that I ever have been audacious enough to call him a colleague. That relationship is somewhat too much on an equal footing. His work inspires. His example as a philosopher has been, for these last decades, something for me to look up to. It's important that scholars who are emerging, those busy with doctorates or who are beginning their experience of publishing, have encounters with scholars that we can look up to. And Professor Ramose was one of those for me. If you've had the experience of getting to know Professor Ramose, you will find a few character traits that are significant. My colleagues asked me to give an appreciation. So an appreciation is not just about the academic prowess. It also has to do with the person. And I'm sure that in the case of Professor Ramose, his character has colored his philosophical career. He is, as the cliché goes, both a scholar and a gentleman. Because whenever I have met Professor Ramose, from being very young to now, whenever I've received an email from him or a telephone call, his absolute civility in dealing with the man is apparent. And this humbles me. It has always. A second aspect which I've come to appreciate in Professor Ramose is his great sense of principle. Professor Ramose holds firm to what he believes. And sometimes this may be upsetting. But his challenge to colleagues, as I recall one day in a meeting, that we stand before one another naked, highlights the call that he makes in his person and in his philosophical work. That we, those of us who call ourselves philosophers, our students and other academics, truthfully seek the philosophical impulse for truth, for justice, and for integrity. So, thank you, Ntate Ramose, for your life, for your example, for your prowess as a scholar, but most for your person, for who you are. We are indeed glad to know you as both scholar and man.
Thank you very much, Prof. Scott. Those were beautiful, beautiful words of appreciation, and we appreciate the time that you colleagues have taken to join us and to participate in this program. We are going to move to the next section of the program, which is the purpose of the day. My co-presenter will give us the purpose of the day before we move to the tribute, which will be done by Prof. Daniel Machila. Thank you.
In a time when division and individuality often seems to dominate, Ubuntu offers us a powerful reminder of our shared humanity. It calls us to build bridges and not walls, and to recognize that our well-being is tied to the well-being of our communities. As we stand in this crossroads, Ubuntu lights the way forward, urging us to unite, to uplift and inspire. Good morning, everyone. Sanmonani, Molweni, thank you guys for being here today. A heartfelt welcome to all of you gathered here today. Mina ngingusanelisiwe waKaNdlovu, intombi yakaGatsheni. We are here today to honor a visionary whose work has transcended boundaries and reshaped our understanding of what it means to be human. Professor Ramose, through his profound exploration of Ubuntu, has taught us that our humanity is deeply connected to our communities and one another. Muthu ke muthu ka batho. His ideas have not only enriched African philosophy, but have also inspired a global reimagining of ethics, community, and justice. As we gather here today in this honorary symposium, let us celebrate him and let us celebrate his legacy by engaging in the kind of thoughtful, inclusive dialogue that he has always championed. Together in the spirit of Ubuntu, we will continue the conversation he has patiently began. So the purpose of this honorary event is to honor Baba Ramose, a champion of Ubuntu, a decolonial trailblazer. His story is ours to celebrate. This event seeks to celebrate Baba Ramose's legacy and honor his profound contributions to African philosophy, with a special focus on his principles work on Ubuntu, which challenges us to reimagine our societies. Ubuntu challenges us to act with purpose and to act with our heart. So, through a thoughtful, curated program featuring keynote speakers, panel discussions, and interactive sessions, this event aims to explore the intellectual legacy and his role, the role of Professor Ramose as a leading thinker in African philosophy. He has inspired new generations of thinkers and activists to carry forward his legacy of intellectual rigor. Let me take this moment to acknowledge our brilliant minds who will be guiding us through this exploration, our esteemed speakers whose work has already sparked conversation across the globe. And of course, a heartfelt thank you to our sponsors. And I also want to thank Gugu, I want to thank Daily for making this event a success. So Ubuntu is more than a concept. It's a living invitation to connect, to care, and to recognize that we flourish when we lift each other up. Today, we stand at the intersection of tradition, convened to explore Ubuntu, not merely as a concept, but as a living ethic that challenges us to ask, what does it mean to be human? I would like to call upon stage Professor Manchi, and thereafter we'll continue with our panelists. Thank you.
Ke a leboga ke dumedisa botlhe ba ba leng teng gompieno ke simolola ka executive dean Prof Nkosi le di director tse di leng teng le monyadi wa rona Professor Ramose. Ke tlo bua ka tsa botshelo ba gagwe le thuto mo tseleng ya e tsamaileng ka teng. A ba gaetsho re bua ka moitseanape wa matsetseleko wa filosofi ya Afrika Borwa yo tlotlomaditseng lefatshe ka bophara ka dikwalo tsa thuto tse di godisitseng filosofi ya Afrika le lefatshe ka bophara. Segolobogolo dipatlisiso tsa gagwe tsa Ubuntu. Prof re ka mmitsa Mmanape a Tshukudu. In Setswana, the name Moitsianape is erudite person. He is keeper of the mysteries, god of the moon, messenger of deities, and master of knowledge. Ditlhotlhomiso tsa Prof Ramose ke boiphapho le letlhomiso la dithuto tsa Ubuntu. Prof o tsaletswe mo Afrika Borwa. Botlhale jwa Prof Ramose o bosetse mo lenageng le mo tlhophitlhophing ya setšhaba mo dinakong tsa kgatelelo ya tlhophololo tlhaolele mo nageng ya rona. Se ke sona se se tlhotlheleditseng tebelelo ya gagwe ya filosofi le bolwela ditshwanelo tsa maAfrika. Mo metlheng eo e neng e batla kitso ya thuto, o ne a bona tšhono ya go tlosa bokoloniale le go tlotlomatsa kgotsa go godisa kakanyo ya filosofi ya kitso ya seAfrika mo lefatsheng ka bophara. Tshimololo ya dithuto tsa University Bachelor of Arts o simolotse o dirile mo Universitying ya Afrika Borwa ka 1973. Mo motlheng o, Prof Ramose o ne a tsena mo seemong se se thata. Tiro e e botlhaga ya dipolotiki e e tlhotlheleditseng botlhalefi ba ba neng ba sa ikobonye jaaka Black Consciousness Movement. O ne a dira kgolagano le South African Student Association, morago ga go etela Robert Sobukwe, mothei le moeteledipele wa Pan-Africanist Congress kwa Kimberley ka ngwaga wa 1970. Kopano e ne ya mo rotloetsa le go mo tlhotlheletsa, ya tlhotlheletsa Prof go lwela ditshwanelo tsa bantsho gore ba neelwe tshiamo e e ba tshwanetseng le kgololosego ya Afrika. E ke yona thitokgang e neng e farafara mo dikwalong le mo ditlhatlhelelong tsa gagwe tsa filosofi. Prof o ne a tlhorontshwa ke matsholo a tshireletso ya puso ya tlhaolele, jaaka Motswana a re, a o tshwere legong la mmamasilo a noka fa o wetse ke molato o kana-kana. Prof Ramose o ne a inaya naga mo magareng a ga ngwaga wa 1970, mme a bona thuso ya madi a go ithuta go tswa go Black Consciousness Movement. O ne a ikwadisa degree ya Doctor of Philosophy kwa Catholic University Leuven kwa Belgium, mme a falola degree ka dinaledi cum laude ka ngwaga wa 1983. Mo godimo ga moo, o ne a na le degree ya Master of Science in International Relations go tswa kwa London School of Economics and Political Science. O ne a dira se a batla go tlhatlhanya melebo ya dirutwa tse di farologaneng le go tlhaloganya matso a Afrika le a lefatshe ka bophara. Tiro ya go itshetsa le tswelopele ya dithuto tsa Prof Ramose e paraletse mo ditheong le mo dikontinenteng di le dintsi. Morago ga go digela PhD, ga a ke a itlhaganela go boela mo Afrika Borwa ka ntata ya dikotsi tse di neng di ka mo wela. Mo boemong jo, a bona go le botoka go amogela maemo jaaka mmatlisisi wa Center for Research into Foundations of Law kwa KUL le tiro ya Senior Jacobson Research Fellow kwa University ya Zimbabwe, mo o neng a ruta African philosophy. Morago ga mo, o ne a nna motlhatlheledi kwa ditheong jaaka University ya Tilburg kwa Netherlands, University ya Venda, University ya Addis Ababa kwa Ethiopia. E rile fa a boela mo Afrika Borwa ka 1996. A fiwa tiro ya ditlhotlhomiso, mme morago a fiwa maemo a boprofesara ba filosofi mo University ya Afrika Borwa, UNISA. O dirile tiro e go fitlha e nna Professor Extraordinarius. O ne gape a dirisana le University ya Limpopo ga mmogo le University ya Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences, mo o neng a tswa go le gontsi mo lefapheng la clinical psychology. Filosofi ya Prof Ramose e ikaegile mo filosofing ya Afrika, boiphapong jwa Ubuntu, go tshwaya diphoso tsa filosofi ya dinaga tsa bophirima. Mo bukeng ya gagwe African Philosophy Through Ubuntu 1999 e re tshotseng gompieno, mme ebile re tla re le ka e reka e teng mo nakong e go ithuta. Yona e tlhalosa ka mo Ubuntu e supang letlhomeso la go utlwisisa tshiamelo, molao le boiphapho, go e farologanya le mekgwa ya dinaga tsa bophirima. Prof Ramose o tlhalosa bokoloniale le tlhaolele ke tsona di thubileng sikalo motho. Thitokgang e e upololwang mo dibukeng jaaka The Struggle for Reason in Africa, 1998. Mo dikwalong dingwe tsa gagwe o tlhagisa ditlamorago tsa bokoloniale le tlhaolele tse di tlhotseng tiego, segolobogolo tsa thuto ya molao. Prof Ramose o ikuela gore re tlhoka go ikakanya mo go feteletseng malebana le letlhomeso la molao le filosofi morago ga tlhaolele ya Afrika Borwa. Re tshwanetse go buelela ditsamaiso tse di supang boleng le maitemogelo a Seafrika. Dipatlisiso tsa Prof Ramose ga di felele mo thutong ya Ubuntu, di fetela kwa godimo-dimo, di tlhotlheleditswe ke mogopolo ya Robert Sobukwe, Pan-Africanist Ideology. Prof Ramose o ne ka dinako tsotlhe a lwela diphetogo tsa mmu wa lefatshe la Afrika o tserweng ke makgowa. O ne a batla tshiamiso ya histori e nne yona pinagare ya kgololosego ya maAfrika. O ne a tshwaya diphoso tsa mo ditlhaolele wa Afrika Borwa, ebile a supa le go tlhomamisa gore boswa jwa bokoloniale ga se ba semolao mo ditsaisong tsa tlhaloganyo ya tse di itsiweng, le go buelela diphetogo e seng nonofo fela. Mogopolo wa gagwe wa philopraxis o tlhalosa filosofi jaaka tiro e e matlhagatlhaga ya maitemogelo a thuto. Mo botshelong jwa gagwe jwa botlhatlheledi, Prof Ramose o tlhatlheletse baithuti ba ba tshwanang le dinaledi tse di tsabakelang. O neetse ditlhatlhelelo tsa thuto di le dintsi, a kwala diathikele tsa dijenale, a bo a tseleganya maiteko a bosetlabošweng. Tiro ya gagwe e tswelela go kgwetla Eurocentrism le go godisa thuto ya filosofi ya Afrika. Prof Ramose o santse e le tshimega ka dikakanyo tsa gagwe tse di santseng di lwela manno le dinaledi. O dirisa se ka go kopanya filosofi, boiphapo le tlhologelelo ga mmogo le tshiamelo. Go feta fa, Prof Ramose o matlhagatlhaga mo dipuisanong le mo dingangisanong tsa kitso ya matlhale tse di ngokang dipuisano segolobogolo jaaka diphetogo tsa karoganyo ya lefatshe le pusetso ya mmu go beng ba ona. Ikuelelo ya gagwe e utlwile ke badira policy boramafolofolo le baeteledipele ba baagi go godisa boamegi mo tshiamisong ya loago le pusetso ya mmu mo Aforika Borwa le mo dinageng tse dingwe tsa Afrika. Bokgoni jwa Prof Ramose jwa go kopanya thutego le tiriso ya molemo ebile bo thalela missione wa gagwe wa go golola mogopolo wa kakanyo ya Afrika go tswa mo dikgoreletsing tsa bokoloniale. Professor Ramose o arabile potso e e boditsweng ke DPS Monyaise ka 1961 e e reng baithuti ba dikwalo ba tshwanetse go ithuta metswedi ya ngwao go itse kwa e tlhagang. Fa maradu a sa bolo go ema lothetho, dikgomo tsona di gangwa ke bakotedi bagami ba kae? A ke gore ruri maAforika ga bana bo maitseanape bakwadi baboki magonego a itlho le lentšhošo go bona boammaaruri le bokao jwa dilo. Boswa jwa Prof Ramose bo ka ranolwa e le jwa mogopolo o o lwelang manno le dinaledi. Boneelo jwa gagwe e le jwa gore filosofi ya Aforika e gatele pele. Botshelo jwa Prof Ramose bo maatlametlo. Dile tsa tlholego di logaganye le methapo ya tshika tsa gagwe gore popo e eme ka dinao e re lefatshe e re Prof ke moAforika wa mmatota. Moradisi Batswana fa ba wetsa kgang ya bona ba re ngwale boela yo o mmokile o boka o sa itse ina ja gagwe ke matsodi matsoke.
Thank you so much, Prof Manjila, for that beautiful tribute. So as we begin this honorary symposium, let us hold in mind the essence of Ubuntu, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, and let this principle inspire our dialogue, our questions, and our shared pursuit of understanding. Now, as we dive into the tapestry of discussion, I want to invite our first keynote, who is Ms. Kelebogile Mbebe. Ms. Kelebogile, I'm going to read your bio and you're going to join me on stage. So Ms. Kelebogile is a lecturer in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Pretoria. She's currently studying towards a PhD in the Department of Jurisprudence at the same university. So the title of her PhD research is Negation and Naturalizing, Tracing the Doctrine of Discovery in the Promotion of National Unity and Reconciliation Act. And its focus is on the continuity of colonial logics and practices in transitional justice, discourse, and mechanisms. The main themes of her research in general are justice, race, colonialism, transitional justice, emotions, moral philosophy, and philosophy of law and history. She has just over a decade of experience in lecturing and scholarship activity. She has supervised the many dissertation of students at honors level and master's level. Further, she's a founding member of the Azanian Philosophical Society, a multidisciplinary social sciences and humanities association. Ms. Kiyo, I'm going to call you on stage, and she's going to give us our first keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Ms. Kiyo. Dumelang bagaetsho. Ga ke le utlwe. Prof, a very warm welcome to you. Ga ke tetesele ya ke tetesele. Itse Bogugu le bosane ba khona fa motho heart attack. When the call for abstracts came in and they said, in honor of Prof. Ramose, the power of Ubuntu, I said, obvious, I'm going to put in an abstract, you know. Very keynote. Got hora at the same time. Prof, I'm very, very honored to be given this opportunity to give you your flowers while you're still with us. And I hope that what you get today from me is not a paper or a speech, but that you take it as a letter from myself to you, a letter of appreciation. So lately I've been thinking a lot about death and legacy. I was thinking to myself, what does legacy mean? And what kind of legacy do I want to leave? Do I want to leave a legacy, or is that just a narcissistic obsession? Because there are 8 billion people currently in the world. There have been more than 8 billion people in the world. But that means 8 billion funerals. In 100 years, no one here will be around. Not even someone who is in utero at the moment will be around. There will be a whole new set of people. So what does legacy mean? Can 8 billion people leave a legacy? Very few names will survive the passage of time. What matters is the legacy of our efforts to push the nail of justice forward, so that our works and not our names outlive us. We should not lack the confidence needed to make a difference, or say things like, who am I to make a difference? And we should strive to not have our name outlive us, but our legacy, our effort to contribute a brick to the wall of liberation. Contrary to the majority of people in this room, Prof. Ramose's name will outlive him for generations. Such is his contribution. But more importantly, this is someone's phone. Sorry, and it's ringing. I won't answer it. It's the wrong time. But more importantly, your brick is noted, Prof. Your brick in the wall of liberation. And it is a cornerstone in this wall of liberation. I know your legacy will outlive you because I am the next generation. Prof. Ramose has done enough to be outlived because he has spoken to people like me. What I am most grateful for in Ramose is that he gave me the vocabulary to express what I had always felt but never had the words for. Especially Chagwalaka Sipedi. It mattered a great deal because I saw hore mafoko ateng. Ga re tlhoke hore re ingilane hore re tlhaloganye hore re bomang. He showed me that there is nothing missing in our ontology, nothing that requires us to look elsewhere for the concepts to describe our experiences. When I first encountered discussions of Ubuntu, I had never seen it explained the way that the Ramose does.
without borrowing from the West to make it more palatable, without twisting it to fit external frameworks. In his articulation of Ubuntu, I recognized myself and where I came from, and I could explain myself to myself and affirm the sufficiency of my background and foreground as Motswana, as Motu. That's one of the key aspects of my engagement with Ramose's work, and that the Ramose, the man. I don't have to engage in mimicry of the West in order to be Motu. I lament having spent and having been taught my undergraduate level up to master's level studies, that is exactly the kind of ontology I should aspire, one that mimics the West or resembles the West, but the journey is redeemed by the 180-degree pivot I encountered upon reading the likes of Bantu Biko, Charles Mills, and the philosophical giant we are here to honor today, Mutuabatu. Ramose made me realize that Ubuntu is not just one moral philosophy among many, something to be picked up or set aside like consequentialism or deontology, a lunch option on the menu of morality. For us, it is not an option. It is the wellspring of morality itself. It is who we are. It shapes how we understand ourselves and others, how we assign value, and how we relate to the world. The principle of Mulato Gaobole, for instance, that wrongdoing does not decay with time, is what drew me to his work. Nowhere else had I seen this expressed in a way that so clearly reflected my own deep, unshakable sense of justice. This is why my PhD research focuses on the colonial logic embedded within the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of South Africa. While it is often praised as a testament to Ubuntu, it actually stands as a monument to its disempowerment. My point here, to show Nader Ramose's influence on my work, is to briefly provide an indigenous critique of the incongruence between the constitutional value of Ubuntu and an indigenous conception of Ubuntu. Prof. Ramose argues that the inclusion of Ubuntu in the epistemological paradigm of the TRC could have been demonstrated by the visible and sustained implementation of traditional African cultural principles and methods of reconciliation. The way I see it, I'm also going to be a problem to the program in times of time, but bear with me. Authentic Ubuntu rejects the idea that time alone can invalidate claims to restorative justice for enduring harms. This conflict highlights a deeper epistemological divide. The linear chronological historiography prevalent in European thinking enables the colonizer to argue that centuries-old injustices have reached prescription and finality. However, Ubuntu jurisprudence operates outside this constrained temporal framework, viewing injustices as persisting wrongs requiring the restoration of ethical and future. This perspective has significant implications for historical redress and ethical considerations over time. The TRC Act, the Promotion of National Unity and Reconciliation Act of 1995, relies on the declaration in the interim constitution that there's a need for understanding but not for vengeance, a need for reparation but not for retaliation, a need for Ubuntu but not for victimization as a response to apartheid. No guesses as to who needs to have this, who needs to make this reparation, who needs to have this Ubuntu, who needs to have this understanding. The TRC's interpretation of Ubuntu perpetuates and naturalizes the historical land dispossession and cultural humiliation of indigenous peoples in South Africa. Authentic Ubuntu, indigenous Ubuntu, demands redress for dispossession, a perpetuation of dispossession antithetical to the maxim of Molato Gaobole Gobola Nama. A Setswana maxim meaning an offense never rots, it is meat that rots. Molato Gaobole sheds light on the limits of current discourses on redress for historical injustice by underscoring the continuity of colonial systems beyond official pronouncements of their demise. Ubuntu proper, under this paradigm, necessitates integrating the experiences of past generations into contemporary moral decision-making and upholding ethical standards through tangible actions that repair historical wrongs. How would that look like? A key contestation in the conceptualization of Ubuntu lies in the translation of the word Ubuntu. As I was writing this, I was wondering, how do I even articulate the version of Ubuntu in the Constitution and in the TRC Act? Do I say fake Ubuntu, inauthentic Ubuntu, colonial Ubuntu? But for indigenous Ubuntu, I'll say Ubuntu proper. A fundamental failure of the TRC's interpretation of reparations for historical injustice lies in its use of Ubuntu, the term and the concept. While the emphasis on developing Ubuntu is included in the aims of the TRC Act's process of reconciliation, it is mentioned only 3 times in the report. This lackluster conception of Ubuntu in the legislation and report of the TRC has given rise to the critique that Ubuntu was used as a buzzword for any kind of conciliatory sentiment by African people. Ubuntu, the meaning of which is commonly understood to be encapsulated by the adage, "Motho ke motho ka batho ba bangwe," which is loosely translatable as a person through other persons, or a person is a person because of their relation to other people. In this explanation, Ubuntu is better translated by Ramose as humanness, whereas humanism would denote an ideology or ideological practice grounded on the idea of the human being as an immutable state of existence. Humanness, distinguished by the suffix ness, is grounded on the conception of the human being as a being whose humanness is both immutable and contingent. Reading that in Prof. Ramos's book was one of the things that just blew my mind. Human relationships are contingent on the prioritization of Ubuntu in that relationship. Relationships are not important for their own sake, but for the sake of Umuntu and Abantu. An offense, in this sense, is an action that does not promote this well-being of relationship. An offense is not forgotten or ignored or set aside for the sake of a relationship. Its rectification is considered an exigency to the restoration of Abantu, to the relationship of Abantu. While an offense may present as aimed solely against the individual victim, it is a threat to Abantu of the community. There's a strong emphasis in communities of Abantu on a collaborative observance of the moral codes of the community. For instance, should an individual violate these codes, that offense puts the integrity of the community at threat due to the capacity of that offense to influence others to believe that they are not subject to the communal norms. Consider the case of a member of the community violating laws that concern the entire community in particular, such as disobeying communal norms. The impression given is that this individual is leading the masses astray and must be penalized as a form of retribution or deterrence. This punishment is based on retribution, since they are penalized for the wrong committed, regardless of what they may do to make restitution. This legal response does not prioritize redress per se in this particular case, but rather retribution for threatening the relational bonds and common commitment of all the members of a community to success. Consider how different the concept of Ubuntu was used in the TRC Act and in the Constitution, that it never seeks retribution, that is always about being conciliatory, even to people that are not acting like Abantu. Further, in the case of an offender found to have violated a law, who persists in resisting the injunction to submit to the community's leadership, examples of practice in communities of Ubuntu have been that the leadership will propose dispossession of the offender, banishment, or even death, while the individual against whom the offense was initially committed retires entirely from the case. This explanation of the wrong committed against an individual, extending to the violation of the integrity of Ubuntu in the community, is faithful, I think, to authentic Ubuntu. Ubuntu in this sense is then diametrically opposed to the form of Ubuntu offered by the interim constitution and the TRC Act, which presupposes that Abantu and the community as a whole will necessarily and prospectively prioritize the retention of offenders and will eschew retributive sentiments and decisions in the name of restorative justice. Even in the case where offenders undergo punishment, being punished does not negate the requirement to regain one's Ubuntu through restitution and a large measure of reformation. It is fundamental to note, therefore, that while the TRC Act narrows down Ubuntu to forgiveness, restoration, understanding, reconciliation, and amnesty, and perhaps even remorse from the offender, a faithful rendition of Ubuntu demands a measure of restitution by the victim, by the offender, or punishment by the leadership of the community, and at times both. In the Ubuntu worldview, the initiation of maintenance of relational bonds in the afterlives of injustice require accountability and restitution, while reconciliation and forgiveness are not demanded, even if they often accompany these norms, which is different from what the TRC demanded from victims, for instance, that you need to forgive in order to be acting as motu. It is evident then that accountability and restitution are fundamental for the offender to regain their status as umuntu in the community. Only then can a person be a person through other persons. Until then, molato ga o bole. If I have misinterpreted anything that Prof. Ramose has written, it's on me. Please don't discuss with him during tea time. What did you write? Okay, in the interest of time, I will reserve some of the other things that I was going to say to a paper. So look forward to that. So why did I want to discuss this? It's because I could see that there was something wrong. At first, when I approached the TRC, before my PhD studies, I thought we were all on the same page. You know, I still believed in the integrity of South Africa, the project. I was one of the biggest rainbowists. But the rainbow has faded. So I couldn't understand why the report didn't matter to people. I saw a study by the Institute of Justice and Reconciliation in 2013 that said, the study was very flawed, but it gave me an idea of that there's something wrong. Two prompts were to the respondents. Apartheid was a crime against humanity. Apartheid committed crimes against political activists. 40% of the white respondents said no. The questions in the prompts were flawed and careless, but it did give me an idea that we are not seeing the same things. We are not in the same country. We are living in different realities. TRC Ubuntu enables the dismissal of a wrong through the passage of time. Following Ramose, I support the notion that an authentic jurisprudence of Ubuntu requires that the initial injustice of land dispossession and violation of territorial sovereignty be confronted and rectified as a central injustice from which many others originate, not the so-called injustice of racial segregation during apartheid. In essence, Ramose's work has revealed to me and others how the TRC instrumentalized Ubuntu to create a veneer of transitional justice while gutting its core tenets. For instance, retribution is sometimes required in Ubuntu jurisprudence, not just restitution, not just reconciliation. Molato ga o bole unless it is addressed. Ramos's core critique is that the TRC fundamentally violated the principles of Ubuntu by appropriating and redefining this indigenous African philosophy within a Western legal framework. Fundamentally, incorporating Ubuntu into the TRC process enacted a value diametrically opposed to Ubuntu's requirement that historical wrongs be fully acknowledged and addressed. Instead, the TRC inverted this ethos, using a hollow notion of Ubuntu to erase the imperative for due redress. The TRC's perversion of Ubuntu is further evident in its perception of the passage of time as erasing the urgency and necessity of addressing historical injustices. This directly contradicts Ubuntu's unwavering belief that justice must be pursued regardless of temporal distance from the original wrongdoing. The social harmony claimed is merely an imposition of forced acquiescence and continued subjugation of indigenous territorial sovereignty. In conclusion, the above set of ponderings come from a horrifying feeling of betrayal by a woman born into a social structure subtended by a moral math where 1 + 1 somehow equals 15. A fabrication that relies on our collective cognitive dissonance to sustain its nourishment, this project of South Africa. But my humanness, Butubame, cannot allow it, cannot live in peace with a lie, cannot live with cognitive dissonance, especially not one that was not only sold to us at the expense of justice, but imposed upon us, reproduced over and over to alienate us from who we were always meant to be. But before one feels betrayed, one has to be aware that they've been lied to, bamboozled, been had. And this is why I teach and read Prof. Ramos's work. He has given me the tools to see and help others see the true nature of what we call South Africa. It is also my engagement with Prof. Ramos's work and with the person himself that encouraged myself and numerous others to start the Azanian Philosophical Society to protest this project called South Africa and aim towards its erasure. Prof. Ramose has given me the tools to see and help others see the true nature of what we call South Africa. He has helped me shape my own contribution, my own brick in the wall of liberation. And for that opportunity, I honor him. Thank you. So I'm supposing I should stay.
Okay, would you like to have a seat? Okay. Morning, good afternoon, colleagues. We are going to have a Q&A session. I have requested Ms. Mbebe to have a seat here, and we can take questions. So anyone who has a question or would like to contribute to the talk that Ms. Mbebe has given, may we please put up our hand and we will pass the mics around. Any contribution is okay, noted. May I please have a mic this side? Another hand, third hand. Okay, thank you. Fourth, this side. Leave the mic here and thank you. Do you need a pen? You don't need to write. Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I only raised my hand because it appeared that there were no takers, but it seems that my hand broke the bell. I had wanted to ask Ms. Mbebe, in fact, I'm familiar with the rendition of Mulatu Kauboli without the later clause of yours, but it struck me whether or not your translation was accurate. This is just because Nama can also be translated as flesh rather than meat, referring to the body of the human being, the corporal aspect of the body that does pass with time. So that when meat is turned into flesh, the meaning of the expression becomes that injustice outlives natural life, and it, is underpinned by a temporality that survives the generations of living bodies. But this may just be poetry. I don't know, but perhaps it's something that would work out very well poetically in your translation and discussion of this. Otherwise, thank you for the paper.
Yes. May we please take the questions, the first 4 questions, and then you respond. And if we still have another round of questions, we will take those questions and answer. So let's take the second question, please.
Thank you. Your paper was brilliant, Miss. I forgot your name. This is Fisa from the Department of History at UNIS, and I really enjoyed your discussion from what I'm hearing now. But I have one simple question. Why does your scrutiny only extend to Ubuntu before the formation of the TRC? Why don't you expand more on what were the philosophical or epistemological issues that led to TRC being restorative in form? Who were the leaders there? Why is that scrutiny not there, if I can put it that way? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's David Ngobuka, maybe a HSRC candidate somewhere else in the council somewhere. So, yeah, thank you for the paper. Thanks. So, I wanted to understand, Guti, now, are we saying Ubuntu as South Africans? Oh, okay, sure. Hi. Uli. Thank you very much. So the issue I wanted to understand, so do we view Ubuntu as we are speaking it, or practicing it as a polylogos? We are speaking it, want to understand it in many speeches, I think maybe 11 of some team, yeah. And how are we going to build it? I think Ubuntu does just literally is a Zulu term that means Ubuntu. But now, what about the Setswana Butu Bafetu? How do we build it on the practice? Are we going to apply praxis for to be an accepted practice or norm? And other languages, from 11 language standpoint of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we please take the 4th hand, and then Ms. Mbebe will respond.
Thank you very much for your paper. Also, yeah, thank you very much for the paper. Also, perhaps it's an honor and a pleasure to kind of meet or to be in the same room as Prof. Ramose. So I'm from the theology and ethics side, and I must say I found his texts quite fascinating. This is not a question, but it's just like it's a comment in terms of how I appreciated your paper. Dr. Kobe wrote a paper on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and gender, and she speaks about the testimony of Miss Konile, I think, who was a mother of one of the Guguletu 5, right? So, and one of the interesting things, of course, was how her testimony was rejected simply because people could not understand, or she was deemed as if she was not fine mentally. So her testimony was kind of disregarded simply because of the language and the way in which she kind of testified. So what is fundamentally interesting as well with regards to how you engage the issue of Ubuntu and the TRC perhaps is how there's a sense of epistemic injustice and epistemic oppression, particularly as it relates to Ubuntu being associated with how we express ourselves in our languages. So yeah, thank you. So your paper kind of makes us think about that. And I mean, there's a lot to kind of still explore about the epistemic injustices that come with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May you please come up? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions and the contributions. Let me start with Molato Kgaobo le Gobalanama. I had actually expanded on the fleshiness of the adage. It's just a piece of the paper I hadn't put in for the interest of time. Okay. The adage Molato Kgaobo le Gobalanama, a guiding jurisprudential principle in communities practicing Ubuntu, can be most directly translated as an offense does not rot, it is meat that rots. Other interpretations are a case does not rot, it does not cease to exist, a debt does not lapse, a debt does not rot, a debt does not become obsolete. The key theme connecting the expressions is that an offense is a debt that demands restitution, and that demand persists despite the passage of time until a due restitution has been made. Molato Kgaobo places the offense in the metaphysical realm outside linear time, as opposed to the tendency of meat to rot when it is left unattended for too long. There's a point where the meat loses its integrity through the passage of time, as demonstrated in the decomposition process. This is not the same with an offense or injustice. An offense is in the realm of irrevocable time, a time that cannot expire. The second question was about expanding on the circumstances of how Ubuntu came to be in the interim constitution and the TRC Act. I do expand on it in my PhD, and that's one of the critiques that I have, that there was this decision by certain elites chosen and who chose themselves as part of the leaders of the TRC, because at first it did not start off as a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It started off as an amnesty commission. So how did it become a Truth and Reconciliation Commission? And my argument in my PhD is that, of course, it was political nefariousness and arrogance on the part of those who deemed themselves the leaders of the moral revolution. Desmond Tutu, who was the deputy again? Not Alistair. Alex Borain, but even the conversations and the narrative and the discourse that was being had about what it looks like for South Africans to reconcile. And it's very clearly when you read what has not been written, when you read what has been written, if you read what also has not been written, read between the lines, that understanding, Ubuntu, reparation, it was a veiled threat to Abantu, that you should be understanding, you should have Ubuntu, because the perpetrators need it. They need the understanding. Their fear needs to be alleviated, because you are the threat, die soort gevaar, you know. So you have to read between the lines, and the lines are what, at a steady diet that we are fed from the time we are young, you know, in the form of the flag, the national anthem, no RSA, no DNA, just RSA, go Baka Baka, stronger together. You know what I mean? Does it address your question? Why am I not criticizing how Christianity? Yes, I'm hoping that my mention of Ubuntu, of Desmond Tutu and Alex Borain as Christian leaders with the Anglican Church, with the Methodist Church, will show that it also was a theological invention. In fact, Prof writes in his paper, Reconciliation versus Reconciliation, he shows the two models of a theological interpretation of Ubuntu, and the second one that I'll leave for you to go and read. The third intervention was, how do we apply Ubuntu as a norm? We already are. Like I said, it's not this option on the menu. If you want to, it's not like the trolley problem, you know, in philosophy. Do you save the 5 people or 1 person if the train is... It's an ontology. It's about who we are. It's humanness. This is why I like what Prof. Ramos said in his book, that it's not humanity or humanism. It's a ness. It's a being becoming. And so how do you apply Ubuntu? We already have a frame of reference in terms of how we have been brought up. This doesn't mean that black people or Bantu in general are perfect and exemplars of Ubuntu. It means we are human. We fall short, but that doesn't mean it's evidence of the non-existence of Ubuntu. But it's also a continuing conversation of how do we apply. I mean, even if you look at tomorrow's program, now we're looking at the issue of AI, for instance. It's a continuing conversation. The last intervention was about Ms. Kondile. I have read that paper, not by Dr. Kobe, but a previous one by Prof. Tshepa Madlingozi, about her testimony being disregarded. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say, is the influence that Prof. Ramose has had on me. I honestly thought, you know, like, no, man, something's wrong. And maybe it's that they haven't read the report. Maybe it's the way the TRC was carried out. But I came to realize that the epistemic paradigm itself was created and weaponized to stifle the voices of Bantu. There was no epistemic space for our testimonies and our anger and our protest to make sense. So we are described as radical for something so obvious, you know? It's like if you're being told you're radical for saying it is not raining, and you're supposed to accept that as the truth. Otherwise, you are the problem. So I think my PhD itself definitely is about epistemic injustice, but also just trying to make sense of my cognitive dissonance. Why don't I want to celebrate Desmond Tutu, for instance? And why am I then seen as the problem when I point out his problems? You see what I mean? I'm looking at you as if you're the one who asked the question. But yeah, that's my intervention, that it's, Miss Condilia was, you know, she was depicted as outside the realm of intelligence and interpretive realm. You know, that there was something wrong with her testimony, but there's actually something wrong with the hearers, not with her. So I appreciate that, that comment, just to make that point. We are not mad. We are seeing things for what they are. And I have Prof. Ramose to thank for that as well. Thank you.
May I please, just one round of questions and then we're done. Okay. I will take one last round of questions, and after that we can have tea. Tabang, sorry, I'll take the first hand. So most of the hands are in the table. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4. May I please have the mics?
I think, can I project? Everyone, can you hear me? Yes.
No.
Okay. My name is Tabang. I have a question, Oskiyu, from Molato Hauboli. You know, there's a narrative that Ahone Molato, you know, that Africans, Denguni, were not here. Like, you know, there's no evidence of them being here, you know, prior to 1652. And that, you know, like the Dutch, you know, have equal claim, you know, to this territory. So what we are saying, because Reina Retlemo in the same, with the same intentions as the Dutch, right? So that the Afrikaners have now become indigenous. That, you know, like the whole notion of, you know, African, you know, like, you know, that in a way there is no mulatto. So how would you respond, you know, like to that, you know, because I think we are saying because we are saying we have a claim, we have a right, you know, to be here, and they are saying that we have been here. I mean, it's like Van Riebeck's response, you know, to Bo Ochumato to say that, hey, you know, we have won this land, you know, through a defensive war, that, you know, this now belongs to us. But they are saying that, you know, like there is no evidence of us being here, and we wanted to equally brutalize the Khoi, you know, like that, in a way, like that they have right to this land. So, you know, that Reina, you know, we had the same intentions as them. So to say you know, to some extent is contested.
I hope it's still morning. Igama nguSindiso Nhlabati Kamahlangu. Just a humble member of society amongst great giants here. Ironically, the advocate of what you just said now, Ernest Ruot, I have an interview with him next week on my channel, who believes what he just said about the Nguni don't have the same crimes as the Afrikaners because of that time frame. My question is is on the critique that you just made about the TRC from a journalistic point of view. I work as a journalist. in society, when you try and preach accountability from a perspective of the injustice that is there, and most people have this tendency to say, no, man, you don't need to be so intense. Try to be reconciliatory in your writing. Try to put out articles that are building the nation. Hashtag, not DNA, RSA type of vibes. And it's very hard, especially for journalists currently, that one, critical news houses or that advocate for Black Dot are slowly phasing out. Institutions such as Ilanga and Sowetan are the last beacons that are out there. And my fear is that these conversations will not happen to general society because the pillars of society that advocate for these conversations and the writers or the journalists that try and advocate are being told that's not marketable. Try to put it in a better way. Criticize the current government. Don't try to bring the historical element of what is. Who shifted that from me?
Do we have to? Thanks. My name is Aaron. I'm from Communication Science, UNISA. I'm interested in TRC Ubuntu fake news. Why I'm interested? Because I see it happening with decolonization discussions. Because the egos you mentioned of the tutus and the leaders of TRC is happening on decolonization. The egos of academics were pushing that as in decolonization. So the coming generation will say decolonization, fake news. Have you unpacked that somewhere on your PhD or on the paper? That's my interest. Thanks.
Ms. Mbebe has, can we please take this question and then Mr. Aaron will rephrase the question. Okay, so Mr. Aaron, you are requested to please rephrase your question, but we are just going to take that question first and then come back to you. Thank you.
Okay, Tobela, Gyaleboha, and Nagele Mupuma, Badimeng Sociology here at UNISA. For the wonderful presentation. And I think it raises a number of interesting issues which are historical. When I was still a student at Wits in the early 90s, I came across, as we walked around Braamfontein, Center for Study of Violence and Reconciliation. Fortunately, we had some access in that because some of the senior students were attached as researchers. And my suspicion is that to this day, that those are the brainchild of TRC, because there was an excitement about it at that time. At that time, there was a lot of interesting things happening in South Africa, confusion, there was transition period, compromises, elite transition, and all these things were like a whole lot of participatory community forums. It was a very interesting time then. And at that time, I was still naive, but I picked up the vibes. And I think Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation, which continues to this day, perhaps should come and give us the background. How did they conceptualize this? Because I suspect it is them. Therefore, the great Dudu, Archbishop Dudu and Dr. Alex Beret, I think they were just instruments of convenience at the time. And they were not necessarily the originators of that. And another point, just to say, I think my own conviction is that, and I'm very proud that the anti-colonial Afrocentric movement is growing in leaps and bounds, especially here in South Africa and in the continent. That should continue because our young people, as young intellectuals, you are the force for the future. And I think that's where our hope lies, that we can decolonize for real because it is youth who are leading this struggle and we are there to support. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I was saying that when you mentioned TRC Ubuntu as fake news, I wanted to know if you unpack it somewhere. It's either on the PhD or the paper, because that's interesting. It's going to happen with decolonization discussions after 10 years. Thanks.
Okay. I think we're done. Okay. So Ms. Mbebe will come in and respond to the 4 questions that we've had. After her responses, or rather that discussion, we are going to have tea. Thank you.
Thank you for the engagements. On the question of Gagona Molato, is another demonstration of how we are considered mad. You know? I hope you haven't written that anyway so that I can appropriate it to myself for a paper. Yes, definitely there are competing historiographies. And again, there's just this sense of, sometimes you don't know whether someone actually believes something or they know they're wrong, but say it. They know that Nukhnalebatu before 1652. So it's a political project to make us think we're mad. I know I keep harping on this. We have like a lot of evidence. I mean, they go out of their way to paint a picture that sanitizes their guilt and liability and baptize themselves anew. They need a narrative that's going to, I think I read this in Biko, that fear is a determining factor in South Africa. That the fear of even seeming to not be superior as a white person drives the force to subjugate black people so that they consider themselves inferior, but knowing that we are not inferior, whereas some of them actually believe that we are inferior. And so when I think about these competing narratives and historiographies, I think, for instance, about Mapungubwe and how they tried to make us think we're mad by saying that it was Arabs that built Mapungubwe and, you know? So my response to that is to critique this nativization and naturalization of conquest, to say that Molato Gaoboli means conquest does not dissipate just because we say we're in 2025, it was a long time ago. We still need to come to a place that is post-conquest. We are still undergoing a conqueror dynamic in South Africa. One of the beliefs of the TRC was that the problem was apartheid and the solution is non-racialism. And again, we're not mad. We know it's not because we couldn't hold hands on the beach with white kids that we are protesting our place in society. So in my PhD, I do talk about how a conqueror historiography is meant to protect this nativization and naturalization of conquest. Remember, during apartheid, there were no white Africans. There was Europeans, ni blancos. White South Africans appeared in 1994, miraculously, you see. So, although at the same time they considered themselves the only legal occupants of South Africa, it's a lot. Then the question of how do we translate accountability in Ubuntu in the public consciousness. I used to be a journalist as well, and I worked for the City Press and a Ferial Heffigy. It was a perfect storm to be a rainbowist. I even wrote a paper, an article called, published in a national newspaper, and the title was, I didn't choose the title, but it was a copy editor, but apartheid is dead, but skeletons still haunt parents. It makes me angry that that kind of discourse is what's natural in this country. And it makes me angry because it makes me scared. You know, when I think about legacy and I think about 8 billion funerals, it makes me scared that maybe we could be the last generation to try and do something. And if you think about social media and the way that a lie can spread around the world in 1 second, the whole white genocide, the fact that it's gone to, you know, the White House, and now there's, what do you call it, refugee visas that are being, you know, I don't know where you get the stomach to have a conversation with Ernst Roots, but better you than me, because I do, like, just to have to deal with, again, that cognitive dissonance of, that is not a conversation that you'll be having. It'll be an opportunity for him to say something that he wants to say to a black person in a safe space, where that is called conversation, you see. But I do worry, you know, even with the intervention about young people being the force for the future, sometimes it feels insurmountable, but I can see with my students that these kids are hearing the message. And it's not just black students, it's white students who say, I want to work with you on Azanianism, you see. They're hearing it, so I'm not completely deflated, but the power of lies really scares me. And the fact that I was part of it without knowing what I was being used for as a young journalist. And also, when Prof says that young people are a force for the future, I do get hope. My engagement with Prof Ramos's work has been more than just with Prof Ramose. You know, I have received education from my peers, from Brother Dooms, from my supervisor, Prof Joel Mudiri, from Tabang, Tozamile, Dumelo. We are having conversations. We are helping each other build these bricks that we put on the wall of liberation. If we had thought that, for instance, in 1977, black consciousness died with Biko, we would be wrong. We are here now. If Prof had died in 1980 and we thought our thinking and reclaiming of our African selves is also gone, we would be wrong. It won't be gone in 2095 because I'd like to believe because we are here to take the baton forward. So it's that dance between hope and despair, you know. And it resonates. When I was with the general public, when I was practicing this talk yesterday, I was talking with my brother and my sister as well, and they want to read more about Ramose because they're hearing. There are those who won't hear, then there are those who have ears to hear, and we have to focus on those who have ears to hear. And that's just something we have to keep remembering, that there are those who will hear when we feel like we're going mad. Thank you for your ears. Thank you for your time. I do not take it for granted. I do not take it for granted that I was able to give you your flowers while you were with us, Prof. And thank you for the immense contribution you have made to my own education.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mebe. Your talk was beautiful and very interesting, and I trust that the engagement that we had was also insightful and thought-provoking. And should we leave here, we will have very interesting discussions to have, and maybe perhaps we should also join in and listen on the conversation that our proud journalist is going to have. Should be food for thought. Okay, so I would like to request that we take a tea break, a 15-minute tea break, refresh, let's mingle, let's meet new people. But before we do that, I would like to request that Prof. Ramose and his table, may they please have the opportunity to serve. And then once they are done, then we can also have a cup of tea and scones. Thank you very much, colleagues. May we please be back at 11:30. Thank you.
ngestudio. The presentation is here. Do they see it now? Let me go to the. Dumelang kaofela. My name is Duduzile Matebula, and I'm from the Department of Art and Music, MoUNESA. I am particularly studying beadwork. My PhD title is Umhlahlandlela Mosupatsela, the directive capacity of material culture in exploring identity issues such as agency and expression, uhambo lobhlalo. I named this Ubuntu Aesthetics, the practice of restoration through beadwork and agency building through the lived experience. Ubuntu Aesthetics is not only about how we artify our lives, but creating multiple meanings from existing connections, how we practically experience our interconnectedness, forefronting values such as pride, joy, and being. Personal narratives play a crucial role in the processes of reclamation and resurgence within the South African society. While the pursuit of material and practical gains remain important, particularly for a society still grappling with its identity, personal narratives provide the essential fabric of social understanding and collective healing. The paper explores the concept of Ubuntu in practice through the lens of artistic engagement, specifically beadwork in South Africa. I argue that by emphasizing connection and community, beadwork fosters social expression and empowers individuals. Through this artistic practice, individuals amass the emergent and created as power, contributing to economic, spiritual, and social restoration. Beads have served as monuments of resilience and resistance. Furthermore, through African philosophy, we can experience avenues of great self-qualification. Ubuntu serves as a platform of being for the practice of beadwork. This practice honors connection. It makes cultural and personal regeneration possible. This avenue of restorative justice of a people who have used material culture to externalize and raise their voice. Cultural intimacy achieved through the building of agency through cultural creative pursuits directly links us to the constant flow of being, a validated being. Mkhatini says, Ubuntu is a manifestation of this creative force that is inseparable from being. What we then have to understand is an ultimate force of interconnectedness and practicality. We investigate how beadwork has served as a tool for restorative justice, facilitating the reclamation and resurgence of individual and collective identities. By examining beadwork that reflects shared life experiences, we explore how personal journeys of remembrance can contribute to greater restoration. Drawing upon Umhlahlandlela, the framework of resurgence, we consider how these artistic expressions can cultivate greater sovereignty both within individuals and within the broader social context. This paper looks into building of agency and Ubuntu aesthetics to encourage greater social expression and heritage production. Material culture introduced both realized and imagined spaces of interacting with place, space, and land. You see my picture of my grandmother. At the core of this study is a journey of resurgence, a journey which forefronts cultural intimacy. The intention for the journey has to be an endogenous one. Through the arts, it places into form situational and experiential context which image Black life. Art is a way of life. It is a tool often used to build and sustain agency. It helps build personal and visual language as well as knowledge generation. Being in this room, I feel as though this is the testimony of the work of my grandmother, pictured, and many mothers before me, women whose words, hands, and worlds have shaped my very own. Through them, I've come to know community as infrastructure, the home as an institution, and the self as agentic and upright. This is what the home is as an institution. This is an image. These are shoes I was doing and meditating, walking in her footsteps, calling Zuzumuzi, honor the home. I have been interested in the work of reclaiming and remembrance and identity, essentially the essence within the African reality. Beads have happened to be the chosen medium. I was interested in closing the distance between knowledge and the self. I felt many of us had been distanced and needed a way into remembering. There are many of us out here doing the work of invoking an intangible archive through various expressions which I felt through a framework had to be reflected. The values we live at home, whether ufiela lebala or ufrefa stupu, there in movement lies patterns of understanding and unspoken prayers of the matriarch which roam the air. The journey taken through beadwork, uphlalu, meaning that which gives me life, that which makes me stay, is about taking a closer look into fragments that shift ideas around place making and belonging. Is land only ours in claim, temporarily or temporally? What is the reality of our location? Which spaces currently invite us as we are? Bead making can be considered a knowledge-generating or invoking ritual meditation. While skills can be formally taught, the beading journey itself necessitates a deeper engagement with the individual's own internalized knowledge and language, an inherently endogenous process. This silent initiation often occurs within the monumental presence of mothers, grandmothers, and other women, acknowledging their significant role as cultural producers in African society. Monumental presence refers to the influential actors who shape cultural norms and practices within a given space. Essentially, the development of a restorative, practice-based framework yields monuments of intimacy and facilitates surplus meaning-making. This process cultivates a relationship between personal and visual language. Agency emerges from the journey of practice and the embodiment of philosophy, specifically Ubuntu, which acknowledges the interconnectedness of being. Cultural intimacy facilitates the understanding and reappropriation of cultural and spiritual values, offering knowledge, agency, and expression. This agency is further realized through the journey of practice, invocation through meditative, intuitive, artistic processes. An endogenous intent initiates this journey. Beads evolve beyond mere objects, becoming entities, beacons of time that pave the way for placemaking, personal and visual language development, spiritual and intellectual liberation, ultimately contributing to a restored personal posture. The theory around ukuzazi, fostered by ukuzimamela, both self-awareness and self-knowledge, we reflect on collective symbols of resistance and resilience. This also means engaging with issues of land and space. In a world where our sovereignty may not be experienced fully, we have limited capacity to reason or to conquest. Our first life of defense is always self-knowledge, followed by action, which in this instance is artistic practice. Our own intellectual alienation is brought about by negating the knowledge we carry. We live through our bodies, our hands often becoming eyes and ears alike. Beadwork holds space and place, anchors one into the sacredness and wholeness of being. The philosophy of Ubuntu relates a platform of being for the practice. It honors this connection and makes cultural regeneration possible. This is the restorative justice of a people who have used objects beyond function to raise voice, and through the resilience, encourage heritage and cultural production. It is therefore seen as a site of freedom and social expression. The powers of personal narrative continue to be the glue of social cohesion. The great understanding that I am because we are is a point of location and environment. The joy put forward through practice and adornment of beadwork often connects us as well to other people. Through thread and bead, we are connecting prayers and evolutions of indigenous practices, a way to interact with different timelines and realms. Restorative justice is the ability then to cultivate a nuanced sense of wholeness, cultivating belonging through practical imaginary pursuit and further cultural regeneration and heritage production. There's still scope to grow the view of Ubuntu aesthetics on cultural identity, especially the practice of a value-driven approach. The issues of spatial inequality and silent initiations of visibility still continue. The act and the art of beadwork forges community bonds, which serve as a platform for identity expression and establish a language that transcends through time. Lastly, before I take you through quickly, 4 minutes, okay. Ubuntu Baruna is sacred, and we ought to have reverence for interconnectedness. Expressing it will keep us together. perhaps drive the self into more spaces of light and less spaces of right, where we argue about a limited quantity of time in this physical expression. Should we not exist better together? Simply so. Feta khomo o tshware motho. Ana re lebetse motho. Ana re khopotse botho. A balatedi ba mmuso ba na le pono. Botho bokae. This is me quickly taking you through the framework of resurgence, which acknowledges not just beads, but Botaki as a technology, which is the artist. And then obviously centered through around orality, expression, and story. And yeah, let me just quickly show you how it moves. Follow the light, follow the light. Endogenous intents, Mohari, which is our natural resource. Beads and the home, the matriarch. Language, we need reminders of symbols. The center. All right, it's not moving. Okay, the practice, technology and the medium changes. Orality, expression, language, reminders. Ancestral memory, which is the personal, spiritual, and cultural knowledge that we all possess. And then it happens where? The site and the land. And it actually is a journey that one needs to go through to get into the archive and follow one's own philosophy. Okay, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dudu. I'm going to call on stage Mr. Xolisa.
Molweni. While we set up my presentation, igama nguXolisa wakwaGwadiso, hailing from the other side of the country, the Western Cape. Yeah. Okay. All right. My paper that I'm trying to speak to today is one that interrogates these ideas of coloniality, these ideas of Ubuntu, decolonization, as my brother raised earlier on, and try and use Ubuntu as a medium of how we actually grapple with these matters. So just a brief outline of this paper is looking into decolonization, the master-slave dialectic by Hegel, and how we can move towards a post-colonial way of being. This way of being the soul dialectic that I bring upon, inspired by, and rooted in Ubuntu philosophy. Now, as a researcher, I will pull into one thing that we use and we interrogate and do work with a lot, which is data collectors and field workers. And I'll briefly touch on how when we don't cultivate and use Ubuntu as a means to foster critical solidarities, what happens and what can continue to happen. So a brief background into how Africa was made unconscious. It's the long-standing, infiltrated colonial ways that still permeate society till this day. And these particular ways have not just embedded itself in the structures that be, but also those who are colonized psyche. As I'm speaking English to you right now, it's a form of, even though it's a language and a mode of communication, there's an undertone to it that leans to coloniality. Celeste speaks about, in her book, Colonial Shadow, this contention between one's own particular psyche, post-colonization or post-94, as others would call it, this contention between not just with self, but society as a whole, where one would contend and always mindful that the shadow is right behind them, and how they navigate the world with that particular frame in mind. Of course, we are very much aware that colonization continues to persist in its many forms in South Africa, across the world. So this paper aims to problematize the master-slave dialectic, which is also known as the Lord-Bondsman dialectic. And through this problematization, I aim to introduce what I propose as the soul-to-soul dialectic, and I'll define this in a slide or two later. And this idea of colonization has infiltrated its way within all the other sectors, and how it's caused not just a violence and the cognitive dissonance within our own psyches, but a general violence, whether within ourselves or to the other person, whether physical or non-physical. That violence is manifest the more we stay in colonial ways of being. Thus, I pull in this idea of decolonization and how much it's important for us to actually step away from colonial ways of being as best as we can. So this particular paper also speaks to the power dynamics that are established in the master-slave dialectic, one being the master, one being the slave. And through this particular investigation, I aim to propose the soul-to-soul dialectic as a way to enhance communal and critical solidarities. So we ask ourselves, why is decolonization important, as my brother raised there, and its connections to Ubuntu? So I speak about decolonizations in three ways. The first being a transfer of power. This is the liberations that happened in the 1960s and subsequently 94 and so on. And also as a matter of decentering colonial powers, decentering imperialism, and I believe we are in this last particular, not last phase, but this third particular bullet point is another phase where we engage in the practice of decolonization and in implementing indigenous knowledges into all the other sectors. And I must admit, even though decolonization is seen as a phased manner of redressing and bringing forth indigenous knowledges, these particular processes, and there's many others that I haven't mentioned here, they also occur at the same time. So the master-slave dialectic is one of Hegel's famous philosophical components, where he speaks about the master is in possession of a surplus of what is necessary to sustain themselves, and the servant themselves lack that particular thing. Now, this is a fundamental aspect of that particular relationship, and it's not an accidental thing. This is birthed through the framing and understanding of colonization, conquest, etc. The master's freedom is dependent on the labor and authority recognition that the slave provides for the master. Now, this particular recognition is crucial for the master's self-realization. Now, this particular dialectic speaks about a dialogue between the master and slave, and these clashing opposing forces, and how having this particular master and slave understanding proposes this idea of when two people meet, there will always be this conflict manner of establishing an expansive and a common ground. As it says here, a better state can emerge where the slave is free, the master recognizes that he can be himself and achieve self-realization without the dependence of the slave. Now, the master-slave dialectic in recent times has also been seen as a manner of internal and external. So it goes beyond race, beyond black and white. It can also be interpreted as beyond class and this idea of tussling with the ranks in itself. Fanon speaks about a restoring to the other, and I hope I can provide a frame of how we can restore to the other. So in defining and mapping this particular way of how we can move from colonial times, neocolonialism, towards a post-colonial practice, is our journey to reestablish an ontological relationship that has been flawed. I refer to it as the soul-to-soul dialectic, and I want to define the soul, and the definitions I came across was from the Akan people, various religious definitions also lean towards an everlasting essence. The Okra, or the Kra, speaks about, loosely translated, means goodbye, and it links to Ubuntu philosophy as how Prof speaks of the ones who are living dead, the living, and the ones who are yet to be born. Akra speaks about this idea of this goodbye being, you're saying goodbye to the world that you left in order for you to come into this particular world. And another form of goodbye is leaving the ones that you leave as your soul transcends. So it's this idea of this thing or this entity that actually is everlasting. And I use all of these definitions in a concurrent manner to not fully detach from the other, because they all speak to each other just from different directions. The Nguni people will speak about umoya or umphefumulo, which is essentially could also mean multiple things: spirit, wind, etc. Ubuntu philosophy, as mentioned by Prof Setu earlier on, umtu ngumtu ngabantu, and this idea of unity through multiplicity is brought forth. The soul-soul dialectic, I use a particular case of the idea of field workers. As researchers, we speak about going into the field, studying, hiring, recruiting field workers in that particular point in time. And my attempt for this particular paper is not just to problematize Hegel's idea of master-slave dialectic, but also it's to speak about the everyday uses of our words, such as field workers, slave, and the power of words is something that I want to bring up into this particular paper. Historically speaking, field workers were people who were working in the sugar plantations in the KZN region, in America, the cotton plantations, and we've stuck with this particular term just because it's been embedded in this colonial way of speaking, and we forget the power and the root of that particular word. As today we are here to speak about Ubuntu and the root of humanness. So I speak about us creating a shift from the idea of field workers into data collectors, because I believe that there's a lingering idea that stays within a word, even though the word over hundreds of years changes in terms of its definition and how it's applied, but there's still this lingering core root poisonousness aspect of this particular word. And I propose a shift that many authors have also spoken about. Sometimes they even use the word data collectors and field workers interchangeably, but I propose a stronger stance on data collectors being the way or the means of how people engage and collect research instead of being field workers. So in this particular instance, what I'm striving for is a manner of stripping away of all these other aspects that hinder us from actually connecting with the souls of each other. And hence where this name was born, the soul-soul dialectic. It goes beyond this idea of race, it goes beyond this idea of class, it goes beyond this idea of age, but as Nelson Mandela made an example of someone who comes to the village, and before the person even puts their bags down, the children instinctively know to bring that particular person refreshments. It's this innateness of Ubuntu that becomes instinctive, whereas Hegel speaks about this idea of we have to contend, we have to negotiate this identity between me and you before we can actually see each other as more than what we firstly encountered. But Ubuntu speaks to this idea of It's innate in us as African people. It's an innate practice, which is, unfortunately, was also used against us, as our lovely Kalebogile mentioned, as the TRC. But even prior to that, as we welcomed the Europeans on our shores, that instinctiveness was not reciprocated. So Fanon speaks about this higher unity that I hope to shape in the dynamics of social dialectic, and questioning and proposing another way of relating and tapping into the deep-rooted Ubuntu in all of us, as Prof mentioned. Even though it might not be innate for some, it can be learned. So just to briefly mention what happens in instances where Ubuntu or practices such as Ubuntu, Ujamaa, for example, and others, what happens in situations where that is not put at the forefront. Situations like Congo, situations like Israel, Palestine, situations that we've had in multiple instances throughout South Africa's post-94 time, Afrophobia, which some would use as xenophobia, which is incorrect. It's a deliberate effort and fear/hatred of another black person. It speaks to this grand idea of how we have been detached from our root innate Ubuntu philosophies. In situations like Palestine and Israel, Ubuntu or practices of a similar nature are very much important in fostering that particular relation and contentions of land. Without Ubuntu, it's not possible for those particular two groups of people to see eye to eye. Social dialectic speaks about this idea of we are not your race, you are not your class. Even if you identify as those things, you have to look past them and look to the depths of the person, the soul. As they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul. We have to look deeper in order for us to actually connect with our true Ubuntu. Now, of course, any theory or any countering of sorts is not going to be perfect. And one thing I really recognize is merely changing field workers to data collectors might not be as sufficient to actually redress and undo the practices that influence that underlying word, that underlie that particular word. I push for recommendation for continual decolonial and post-colonial ways of being and relating, not just in theory, but in practice, making an example of the field workers. And it's also a theory that I bring forth, not just particularly in research psychology, my particular field of study, but also other particular fields and disciplines and departments can interrogate their inherited colonial ideas, theories, question it, bring forth a contextualized version of it, or a outright critique and refute. And thank you very much. That's my time.
Thank you so much, Tolisa. That was great. Dr. Piggott?
Good morning. Thank you for welcoming me here. It's a huge honor to be part of this beautiful program. I've learned a lot from Prof. Ramose, and I'm still learning. And I'm also here to learn from you. What I'm going to present today, I think the slides will come on, right? Yes. What I would like to present in the coming 20 minutes is a paper that we have been working on, teaching African philosophy at a European life science university, creating critical consciousness through a rehumanizing pedagogy. And I hope that you will allow me to summarize a few brief key points of the paper, and of course it's more extensively written down, because what I also would like to do is give a little bit of background of where this paper originates from and why it is relevant. And so we are writing this paper together with 3 colleagues from Wageningen University, Naomi Tieks and Eva Meijer, who couldn't be here today. And for some of you, it may be the first time that you actually hear about Wageningen University. So let me briefly introduce that. I work there as a teacher, and Wageningen University is located in the Netherlands. It's a life science university, and by history, it is largely an agricultural university. It's actually one of the largest and most prestigious universities or agricultural universities in the world. We have mainly Bachelor of Science programs and Master of Science programs. And just to give you an estimation of our university, we have, well, 13,500 students, more or less, and I just learned about UNISA here, and especially the philosophy department. This is pretty much the number of students that you teach in philosophy only. This is our entire university. So we are relatively small, I think, compared to UNISA. Wageningen has a strong colonial history and legacy, like many universities across the globe. I'm not going to dive into that for now. There is a whole opportunity to talk about that, but part of the reason why I'm here, and I don't have to tell you that, is we started teaching African philosophy at Wageningen as a way to respond to the epistemic injustice at our university. And there's no need to tell you that our university was largely built on a Western curriculum and has no shame in exporting those ideas across the globe. And so we felt it was time to have a different course, and I was given the opportunity to develop African philosophy in Wageningen. Again, if we look at the student numbers, it started 7 years ago, and we had 30 students. For Wageningen, that is actually really good to start. So this is not like, and then it increased over time, and now we have every year more than 100 students. So this, for Wageningen terms, again, is like huge, and it gained a lot of attention. And initially, I started teaching it on my own, but over the past years, we've been able to, well, get some kind of teacher team. So Eva and Naomi are in the middle, and then Pius Musima has been co-teaching with us the past 3 years. So in addition to this, I also teach social justice, but for now we focus on this course. And what is important to say is Wageningen does not have a specific philosophy program. So we are a life science university, and philosophy is really at the service of other programs. And as you will see later, there are students from a huge diversity of programs joining this course. Most of them do not have a philosophical background. So what we do is actually we give an introduction into African philosophy. And we are aiming to cultivate critical consciousness through a rehumanizing pedagogy, which has been deeply influenced by Prof. Ramose. In this paper, we work with the philosophies of 3 great philosophers, and they will be well known to you, so I'm going to summarize it only briefly. Paulo Freire, of course, well known for the critical consciousness work, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and this is a quote for him saying, "Authentic liberation, the process of humanization, is not another deposit to be made in man. Liberation is a praxis. It's the action and reflection of men and women upon their world in order to transform it." So that's what we try to do in our class. And of course, Prof. Ramose is well known to you. And this is one of his quotes: "The ethical historical counter to dehumanization is learning to be human." It is indeed a lifelong learning, because each historical moment can have its peculiar manifestations of dehumanization. And it connects to the wider call of Prof. Ramose for moto fazzo. And the third one, some of you may know, this is a philosopher, an intercultural philosopher, Heinz Kimmerle, who worked at Erasmus University in Rotterdam. He was the one who introduced me to African philosophy, and he had engaged already in dialogues with African philosophy, and also here at this university. So from Kimmerle's perspective, intercultural philosophy, as has been worked out up to now, is a dialogue philosophy. It will only be truly achieved when, in principle, the philosophies of all cultures do participate, or at least can participate in these dialogues. So also at Wageningen, we very much follow that dialogical approach as developed by Kimmerle And some of you might know that Kimela and Ramose were also friends and philosophical friends and have engaged in collaborations. And the key question that we address in this particular paper is, can teachers and students from across the globe, and especially those who do not have a background or an African background, or an educational background in African philosophy, can we actually engage with these historically oppressed knowledge in a respectful way and a mutually enriching way? Majority of the students that we teach have either grown up in the Netherlands, have a Dutch background, or they come from across the globe to study in Wageningen, but there are only a few who actually have an African cultural and educational background. So how do we then engage in that respectful way? And this is what we have been developing over the past years, and we identified 7 pedagogical features that I'm going to briefly summarize. And the first is that we embrace epistemic justice. The core part of the course, these are a summary of some of the course topics, and the names will be familiar to you, the readings will be familiar. It's really important, of course, that students read the text of the philosophers themselves. But in addition to reading the text, it's also important that people speak for themselves and that I am not the one speaking for others. So this is why we try to invite, as much as we can, colleagues to give lectures, to give guest lectures, either in person or online. And some of them are here, so it's been a pleasure to have all of you at Wageningen at some point, joining in one of the courses that we have been teaching. And this has been immensely powerful for the students as well, to hear you talk. Dumiso Dladla, just last week a student told me how your lecture 2 years ago was still with her. So yeah, you have been really helping to open up the students' minds. And another one that might be familiar to you is we're trying to organize the UNESCO lecture on World Philosophy Day. 2 years ago it was Prof. Ramose, and last year it was Prof. Mongwini, and it was also, I think, sent or broadcasted here online, and some of you were able to join. So in doing that, we hope to open up especially that space in Wageningen for students to actually learn about this by listening to your lectures and your wisdom. Having said that, in addition to the content of the course, we also work on the methods. And we transform actually educational methods. About the first hour in our courses is mainly lecturing, hearing lecture like I'm talking right now, but then we have 1.5 hours of interactions with the students that we facilitate. So the teachers become facilitators, and we have all these interactive facilitation methods to help students to think out of their current perspectives, to go out of their comfort zone. And a fun example is, for example, creative destruction. This is an exercise that we do that really breaks down the epistemic blindness and boundaries that students actually have. There is a bit of a disclaimer. Most of these exercises, we do them in class and in person. So I realize that for UNISA, with a lot of online teaching, it can be challenging to do this kind of work. And likewise, we reduce the group sizes. So we split them in groups of about 35 students per group. But yeah, through these interactive and transformative methods, students really start engaging with the material. And in that, we honor the dialogues. As I said, it's inspired by the work of Professor Kimela. It's important to realize that most of these students have actually not learned about this stuff in their study programs so far. So when we talk about Eurocentrism, colonial history, epistemic injustices, this is actually the first time that they have to learn about that. And that means that we guide them a little bit in how to process that, is not to be judgmental about what they're learning, but to see the differences as an invitation to cooperate, to really engage in dialogues. And here, Prof. Kimela has developed the methodology of listening. As he describes, that's an important condition at the beginning and course of any dialogue. It's a rule of politeness and an expression of my respect for the others, that I listen to what they have to say. There is, however, a specific need of listening in intercultural dialogues. In this kind of dialogues, listening has to be guided by a certain methodology. And again, in academia, very often students are trained to form their opinion, to form their position, and to engage in a debate. But we actually are working really hard with students, especially if you engage with epistemologies that you have not learned about yet. It's important to first try and listen and try and understand. As the fourth feature is that we actually illustrate all our lecture material, or actually I illustrate. All of the concepts and theories that we discuss, I draw them by hand. These is some of the images, and there are multiple reasons for doing that. The first is sometimes an image can say more than 1,000 words, and for people it can help to kind of better understand a concept that otherwise may seem abstract to them. But also images are sometimes more explicit, so for students to understand what we're actually talking about. And then in the final part of the course, all of these images come together in a kind of a roadmap or a mind map, and we get a visual summary. And this is an overview that we usually print at A3, where students then have a complete visual summary of the entire course. And we learned that this really helps students who have not been trained yet much in philosophy to understand the concepts and the connections between the concepts, rather than a linear PowerPoint, for example. And then the fifth aspect is that we do have to conduct critical self-reflection. And here we follow Prof. Ramose saying that we have to stand in front of the mirror, especially when we know we are ugly. And this means, especially again for students located in the Netherlands or in Europe, they really have to become aware of the colonial heritage or legacy and the injustices that still go together with that. So what we do is we invite students to reflect on their privileges, on their Eurocentrism, and how we are maintaining or have been maintaining that. And in order to do so, students actually are allowed to reflect on me. And I've been living in Mozambique for 2 years, and it gives students the opportunity to actually look at my Eurocentrism, at my ugly face. And by doing that, I actually create space for students to afterwards dare to look at their own ugly faces. And this also helps, going back to Paulo Freire, in changing the teacher-student relation, to have a more dialogical relation between teachers and the students. The sixth feature is that we apply philosophy, and more specifically African philosophy, in an interdisciplinary context. What we could say is that African philosophy is, especially in this course, is the basis to become aware of and move away from epistemic injustices, colonial legacies, and knowledge production in multiple academic disciplines and theories. And what we do by approaching it interdisciplinary is we go against fragmentation. We recognize African philosophy, and especially Ubuntu, as wholeness. And these are just some of the disciplines that we are, the academic disciplines that we are working with, that we have in Wageningen. But what is specific about this course is that we have 28 different study programs in one course. So we have, and most of them are natural sciences, some of them are social sciences. And what that means is that we really try to integrate and bring together the relevance of African philosophy for a wide range of study programs. And in doing so, we hope to liberate our minds. We, as said, we try to move to a more dialogical teacher-student relation and move towards critical consciousness. And these are some of the responses that we have from students. The course changed my perspective on many things in life and studies and provided some answers to the long-asked questions of what is wrong with the world. The course has changed my view on the world. And actually, everyone at Wageningen should follow this course. So as said, often this course is the first one that students learn about these perspectives. And it seems to fill a student gap. Students really want to learn about this, and that's also reflected in the student course evaluation. They score on a 0 to 5 scale if they were satisfied with the course. And as you can see, from the first time we've been teaching, all 7 years, it scores around 4.7 up to 4.9. So this is really high. And we really value and appreciate the student voice in this. And actually, it goes even further. The voice of students is being used for different awards. And this has gone beyond what I could have imagined, but over the years, our courses have won one after the other award. And so this is a list of the awards that we have won with the final one in 2023, I was awarded the national teacher for the entire country as in higher education in the Netherlands. That is a huge honor. That is also a that is also a little bit uncomfortable. The reason why it is uncomfortable is multiple, but there are a few that I want to share with you. And first is, an award celebrates an individual, and it seems as if it is about me. We are talking here about a rehumanizing pedagogy. We are talking about Ubuntu. Education is a collective effort. So we should be celebrating as a collective effort. And so in every place where I had the opportunity to speak, I've been constantly emphasizing the award is not about me, it's a collective. But there is another side to it. You notice I'm a Dutch woman. Can a Dutch woman be teaching African philosophy in a Dutch university? Doesn't that sound a bit contradictory? Am I doing actually justice, or am I reinforcing some kind of epistemic injustices? And this is precisely the question that Paulo Freire has posed already years ago. Can the oppressor contribute to liberating education? And Freire would answer, it would be a contradiction in terms if the oppressor not only defended, but actually implemented a liberating education. So what that means, and that also counts for me, is that I've been searching for ways of how can we do this? Am I not being part of the system as an oppressor, reinforcing or maintaining some kind of system? Am I not capturing African philosophy in an unjust way? We try to do justice, but that doesn't mean that in some kind of way I'm still reinforcing the system. I try to change it from within. And you know much more about the struggles for liberation than I do. And this is actually why in all my efforts of trying to change the system in Wageningen and the curriculum, I am super grateful for the support of Prof. Ramose. Because Ramose has been of immense support, and he ensured me there is space for Dutch scholars to be teaching African philosophy, despite the history of the unjust wars of colonization. The question is, how do we do it? And this paper is my expression of gratitude to Professor Ramose for guiding us towards justice and truthfulness. And this is why, if you summarize all the 7 features, then you will see what my wish is actually of the way we have been teaching it. Because if you look at the first letter of each verb, you will see that we try to teach in a way that we can call ethical. And that means that teaching is a lifelong way of learning, and I continue to learn. And I hope, that's my expression, that we have done it in an ethical way, and I hope that we continue doing it in an ethical way. And then, to conclude, my words of gratitude to Prof. Ramose, but also it seems, coming back to Kio's lecture, that Wageningen University does not have a wall of liberation, but Wageningen has a so-called walk of fame. And to honor Prof. Ramose and his legacy, I am deeply grateful to say that Prof. Ramose actually has a stone in the walk of fame in Wageningen University. Oh. We share the stone. And I think that is a beautiful way to close, because these are the words of Prof. Ramose that are engraved on the campus in Wageningen. You are most welcome to visit. Education for liberation is the direst need of our time. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more speaker who's going to be joining us online. So this is Dr. Elos from the Great University of Zimbabwe. So we're just going to play his talk in a video because he couldn't attend because of an emergency.
Dr. Alois Mtshidi from Great Zimbabwe University. The topic to my presentation is compatibility and incompatibility of justice and decolonization towards liberated Africa. Introduction. The topic is quite topical with a long history, and the compatibility approach, which is African socialism, is a dominating approach or perspective. But the two questions I raised: why socialism and not communalism? Two, why relying on the borrowed concept of socialism and not our moral justice? There is no justice in socialism but war, violence, selfishness, and individualism. The two concepts, justice and socialism, are opposed, and that's incompatible. Second stage is moral philosophical framework. That is essentially relied on two procedures: philosophical content analysis and moral ethics. Philosophical or content analysis is a tool used by philosophers for clarity, consistency, and coherency. Compatibility of justice and socialism is a problem Africa is facing right now, and philosophical analysis is employed to clarify and correct the issue. Ethical principle helps us to reason more clearly and unravel the logical knots in our reasoning about ethical problems. There's great need to make moral realization of Ubuntu in order to challenge and condemn socialism in Africa. Narration and justification of the problem. I acknowledge that the move towards African liberation was substantial and fundamental move, but the solution thereto is objectionable and regrettable, and the solution is African socialism. The solution is contradictory in terms. There is no such a thing like African socialism. The concepts, communalism and socialism, do not constitute African communalism, but an African built on socialism, war, and the concept that I used, I borrowed it from Nietzsche, a human beast. It is a regrettable reality that socialism has successfully managed to turn Africans into violent human beasts, since it legalizes war and violence. Mukumba, 2005, calls African socialism tribal individualism, which means individualism extended to a group, a cause for real worry and concern. Therefore, we should not close our eyes to the real pitfalls of socialism or decolonization. We must pay attention at the level of the heart. Socialism demands our moral attention and must be outrightly condemned at the level of the heart. The inseparable unity of colonization and decolonization, okay? We cannot separate colonization and decolonization. Once we talk of colonization, we have to talk of decolonization. Colonization is the source and origin of war mind, and it led to the cognitive distortion of our minds. Through colonization, the white race raised, instigated, drilled, and instilled into us Africans the consciousness of war. Thus, the cognitive awareness of war was the very nature and essence of the first encounter between the white race and the black people. Decolonization as colonization in praxis. Through colonization, the white race prepared the black people for decolonization. By that I mean to say decolonization was an initiation into the real and concrete realms and spheres of war. Decolonization is another form of colonization. Then post-colonial or independence as a new colonization. Through decolonization struggles, many African countries got independence, and thus war is officially declared the philosophy and religion. Violence in the form of destruction of human life and property is admittedly so common. And the problem is no longer the white man's responsibility, but the black people's responsibility as well. Decolonization or socialism is therefore a shaking foundation and therefore unreliable for African freedom or liberation. With the decolonization or socialism as the truth, Africans continue to live in an illusion, which is socialism. Decolonization or war is a wrong or inappropriate tool for the attainment of African freedom. Africans are supposed to drop war and rehabilitate themselves through in Ubuntu. We must therefore celebrate reason, Ubuntu, and not decolonization. The last point is victory is not in war or socialism, but in the heart, in Ubuntu. Ubuntu now and African freedom, liberation. The first point is that Africans need to change and grow and thus tend to their own philosophy of Ubuntu and make sure that Ubuntu values are properly integrated into their moral life system and thus fully utilized for human freedom, sanity and development in Africa. Our perpetual fear to reason or to be wise and live by the dictates and mandates of our conscience is the real problem for Africans. They take comfort in common sense. Africans are naive and stupid, I'm sorry about this, to be very frank, because we take comfort in borrowed systems, socialism, and hence think or imagine that a system that was made and designed to oppress colonizers will somehow turn on its head to be our source of freedom or liberation. It is just expecting the impossible. We naively think or dream that socialism is the best, but if the objective truth is to be sought and said, it is not true at all. And our African history has proved socialism to be morally weak and wrong. We should ask ourselves, when will we Africans wake up and realize that socialism we follow is our worst enemy? Men and women, okay, of wrong moral status are taking advantage of this rotten political system to steal, loot, and plunder and kill their own relatives. We, the educated, have not been of any help except to just cheerleaders of an archaic system. All we are schooled in is how to interpret socialism, but we are too weak to outrightly condemn it. We should wake up, or else the continent will continue to bleed endlessly. Real freedom consists in the moral return to our traditional, original, and normal life of the heart, which is Ubuntu. It is in Ubuntu that we achieve human justice, and thus we must realize, embrace, and follow our philosophy of life. We must love each other as Africans. Ubuntu is our philosophy of life and is what is proper and normal for us Africans. The Ubuntu values we must ingrain into our lives in order to mitigate violence or war and thus achieve freedom and liberation are: 1. Restorative justice, respect for each other, reconciliation, forgiveness, empathy, sympathy, and above all, love. These African values must constitute the basis of Ubuntu, and not the culture and experiences of decolonization as suggested by our elder brother, Ramos, 1999, page 33. The hope in Ubuntu is a right not only for Africans, but for the whole humanity. We must avoid being speculative about African experiences, and that's glorifying worship decolonization, war experiences as unique and valid. Africans should guard against and hence avoid exaggerations. War does not give freedom to anyone, but shame and disgrace. The current existence of African philosophy of Ubuntu should be defined by strong resistance to the influence of Western epistemic injustice, which is socialism or decolonization. Then the conclusion, the fear of losing socialistic identity is so great that we prefer to deny the truth and suffer than to forego our false persona and mistaken positions. Socialism, decolonization is the identity we are afraid of losing, but the socialistic identity is incompatible with our original nature of communalism. Through our political leaders, we continuously cover ourselves with a quilt of false identity and thus deceive ourselves through a lens distorted by prejudice and error. We are so afraid of self-introspection or Ubuntu in case we realize that we are holding on to false, empty, and pretentious identity. And as a result, we are now worse off. Africans are commanded to realize and live Ubuntu, our freedom, and hence get healed and restored from the pain and misery caused by decolonization. Africans must love each other. Thank you. That's the end. My name is Dr. Alois Uchido from Great Zimbabwe University.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a Q&A. Unfortunately, Professor is not here. He's not even online. So the questions have to be directed to his work, not to him personally, okay? Then I take them in. I take his work. We're going to do a Q&A. He's not here to answer for himself, so we're going to keep that in mind. I'm not the one who said these things. I see Obakeng, I see Tumelo, I see Tabang. Can we have some mics moving around? So I'm going to do 3 questions. Okay, remember, we also have the panelists here, so let's engage. Let's not focus on one speaker. Eh? And remember, the theme is Ubuntu, so let's be very kind with our words. Obakeng.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wajang Africa. So the kindest words that I can say is that we just got served a steaming, we just got served like a steaming hot, fresh turd for a presentation, and I would like to apologize to you, Prof, for all the nonsense that we just heard there. The question that I actually have for the constructive and sensible words that actually we got is for, I'm sorry, Prof, I don't know, I don't remember your name now. Okay, Prof, to you. I was interested in finding out how specific you get when discussing the colonial legacy of the Netherlands specifically, and I'm wondering, particularly with respect to South Africa, how specific you get. And I'm thinking about a figure like Abraham Kuyper. So why specifically choose Abraham Kuyper? Kuyper is important for for a variety of reasons. One, at a theological level, his theology was sort of fertile ground for theologians to kind of give a theological justification for apartheid. And the other reason is his diplomatic activities here in the country, particularly between, after 1902, in the negotiations that led to the signing of the Vereniging Treaty, right? There's a very specific diplomatic role that he played in terms of giving asylum, for example, to figures like Paul Kruger and so forth. So I'm wondering how specific you get in terms of the figures that you focus on and the specific actions that the Netherlands took in terms of its participation in the colonial project in what came to be South Africa in 1910. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers present. I have a question for the first two. Do I have to? Yes. Oh. Oh. Thank you to all the speakers present. I have a question for the first two. Ms. Matebula, I wanted to know what you make of the relationship between the Noah. I'm thinking about the process of beadwork, of making beadwork, if it has any kind of official designation as to who is the proper person to make beadwork. Not proper person, for lack of a better word. But I'm wondering because of, I suppose, the right of response in a sense, which we can see can be problematic when it's not present. If there are people who must have standing to make beadwork. And now when I say standing, I'm really speaking to that spiritual dimension that you referred to. Or if anybody is at liberty to. Okay, and then the second one. Mr. Kwatiso, I wanted to ask whether, you spoke about Ubuntu being innate quite a few times, and I wondered about the contingency of personhood. What does that do to your understanding of Ubuntu as innate? And then whether or not the soul-soul dialectic, whether it differs at all from the philosophy of Ubuntu, or if it's a rearticulation or an application in a specific setting. Thank you.
Thanks to all the speakers. It's just unfortunate that the last speaker is not here, so I don't know how that is Ubuntu, that, he can just say all that he's saying and we have no way to engage with what he's saying. But I've got two questions for the first two speakers. I think the first question is not really a question, but merely a provocation. With this adage, indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. And I'm asking this, as a young person. I remember, I think 10 years ago when we were protesting, old people were the ones who were trying to pacify, the young generation. It also happened in '76, like the elderly people, formed, the Black Parents Association, who were saying students should go back to school. So my question or provocation is rather, sibuza kanjani indlela kwabaphambili bangayazi, like or nabo bangazi ukuthi kumele siyephi, sibabuza kanjani. It's just like that whole thing that, if you look at that, like what the students are protesting against in '76, right? At some point they refused to go back to school because, some of their people were detained, and the elderly people formed, an association with Bontato Motlana, Winnie Mandela, saying the students should go back to school, like that, this thing, bayegele nonsense. So how do we ask, old people for indlela when bangayaz, when we are in this crisis, partly because of some of the things that they did, so in a way, do we still, I don't know, I think it's a question that is really relevant, particularly with the divide, between, the elderly generations and the young people, because usually I think the young people are the ones who are more revolutionary, at least in colonial settings. So this is just a provocation to say, hey, somewhere, somehow, so the question to my brother, you spoke about Hegel, and this notion of dialectics, slave-master relation, and how it should assist us to, come to an understanding of ourselves. And I really struggle to see how that can be achieved. And this is really inspired by the different interpretations, that dialectic has, been subjected to. I know that Marx's interpretation, of course, is that of the triumph of the slave consciousness, the proletarian revolution. But I don't think that, for Fanon, for instance, that is the case, that Fanon's slave, can't get recognition from the labor that he performs. And to some extent, he needs to kill the master, they can't, Fanon's slave is not like Marx's slave, right? So I'm struggling to understand how we can, still, refer to this dialectic because, we are not denied of, our labor, in Hegel's slave a la Marx, right? We are denied of being, so basically we need to, I don't know, maybe a la Fanon, kill our master. So yeah, well.
Thank you, Tabang. I'm going to allow our panelists to respond, and then I'll take another set of questions.
Hello. Okay, it's on. To answer the first question about the relationship between beat making and the NOAA, the whole framework for me is about beats because that's my medium. But if you look at the framework, I talk to different types of expressions that our people have had to do. Maybe it's clay work for you. In the title of my thesis is Uhambo Lobuhlalo, but I encourage people when tracing their own lineage to trace what material culture is resonating in their home setting. When I started the journey, I was learning Gomboti from my grandmother. And then it evolved into making because she was a dressmaker, she was motosebenzanga matsogo. And I think because my journey started with IR, journalism, economics, political science, I then went into my own personal journey that saw me going into a PhD in art. So yes, culturally there are makers, spiritually, like you're saying, there would be people who are going on a journey. But I'm encouraging more a journey that brings people back from intellectual alienation and to let people know that our knowledge is not subjugated, it's not less than, it's actually full in itself. And I anchor it in the premise or the philosophy of Ubuntu because it's practical in nature. As Kilebukile had said, it's something that's not dedicated for a certain person over another person. You yourself can go on a journey to find out what color speaks to you, what it's saying to you. It's building that agency to build that communication, that language. Because ultimately we come from a situation where people tell us that we were not beat makers, that we didn't know how to make glass. how are we not able to put together sand, stone, and lime and all these things together whilst we're building civilizations? It doesn't make sense to me. So even the glass beads that I use, I say they are representatives. You know, they're representatives of something deeper, something that's within your own essence, that doesn't really belong to one particular person, but it's for you to take that, you know, a journey with your art, with your writing, to formulate some kind of knowledge. And then, othi indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili, but abaphambili bayasibhayizisa. Mina bengizosho kuwe, how do you know bayabhayiza? I feel that I premise cultural intimacy because a lot of our generation wants to pull down the walls, but what are you lifting up? And we come from a situation where we want to pull down information that we have not sat with, meditated with, understood. You know, I was reading something this morning that said, I'm grateful for the wisdom that is brought on by time and experience. So we can't even begin to question abaphambili. Ngoba vele sibuzwa kubo. And sibuzwa kubo because we have to entertain, or we have to deeply engage and combatively nakhona guthi siphumaphi, our points of origin. And as you're sitting there, ubuza umkhulu wakho, ugogo wakho ukuthi uyakubhayizisa. That is not Ubuntu. Ngoba awuzizalanga wena. Bona bakuzalile bazelula ngawe. You see, a lot of the time we are in this modern context where we are villainizing our own selves. And siyabhekana sikhombana ngomunwe every day. Meanwhile, what is sight happening? Sight is closing in. Mina indlela yam yavulwa ugogo wam. And ugogo wam bekangasebenzi. Besiphiliswa yini izandla zakhe. And even the idea of a spiritual connection to the land, to the earth, that is the person who was my spiritual teacher, my artistic facilitator, without having to say, "Idigri yakhe iphuma eUNISA." You know what I mean? She held in her hands the knowledge that I observed and I experientially partook in, right? And I started saying, okay, journalism, political science, economics, I'm clever. But ideally, what makes me stand in this room is indigenous knowledge, nothing else. Nothing else. And then, essentially then I would say that Uhambo is about taking that concerted effort. We live in a heightened time of alienation, where the exit door we find through killing ourselves. And the ideas of community are a myth because we have not understood that siyaphilisana, siphila ngomunye, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. So these are the ideas that are embedded in us, and this is why I stand in rooms every day to tell them that no, beadwork is not craft. It's craft to you, but it's not to me. It's an ancient language. It's an ancient tool of communication. It's an ancient way of placemaking. It's a way we speak to the earth. You saw the artworks in Lugagogo, the memories, her being a gardener, Okuchala Ingadi. She was a gardener. She was an earth woman, you know. She raised 5, 6 sons on her own. She was widowed by 40. She died at 90 in 2023. So for me, that life is monumental. When we speak of monuments, we speak of people. When we speak of knowledge, we speak of imiphefumlo. We speak of the soul. We speak of going over the body. Because the body is going to take us there, where you're like, oh, bayapaiza. Bayapaiza ukuthi nawe ungapaizi. Injalo nje manje ihleli bayapaiza ukuthi nawe ungapaizi. Mawupaiza nawe upayizile. Omunye uzokutshela ukuthi naye mfowethu uyapaiza. So thank you. I could go on and on, but my last remark is zazi. Like ukuzazi kahle. And I do not speak ill of your elders. It's not a Korean concept. It's not a Chinese or Japanese concept. Please. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. I will address the questions in conjunction because they link. The first one being, how different is the soul dialectic to Ubuntu? It's not. It belongs under Ubuntu. Ubuntu is an overarching philosophy, and what I propose is a concept that contends with Hegel's concept of master-slave dialectic. So it's not a separate thing, but it stems from Ubuntu. I purposefully used a new concept to be able to directly contend with master-slave dialectic and to propose how through Ubuntu that is seen in a different way and can actually, the relationship and the dialectic between two people expands in a deeper way that leans to the soul of the one and the soul of the other, and not the roles that one plays as the slave or the roles that one plays as the master, but deeper than that, beyond race, beyond class, as my brother spoke about Marxism, and also to pull in your question of, I think I should have made this disclaimer earlier on, what I'm theorizing or thinking of out loud is not a matter of addressing the matter of injustices and how do we actually, as you mentioned, killing the master. I still believe in what Dr. Lynchfield Chabalala speaks about, ubulungisa. It's an important component of Ubuntu in itself. And I'm proposing a post-colonial, post-decolonization conception of how we can relate as people, going beyond our physicalities, going beyond our class consciousness and how we move in particular spaces. So I believe that Ubuntu is a philosophy in itself that encapsulates it all. And I'm just merely contributing to that grand philosophy of our elders, that particular ancient practice of how we relate to each other, and tapping into the ontological way of how we relate as Black people amongst each other, as you relate with yourself in your own personhood. So it's not a separate thing that I speak of, but I'm trying to intersect and dissect the nuances and how that, as building Ubuntu philosophy, contends with the Western ideas and philosophies and concepts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question about how specific I address or discuss the colonial legacies in the Netherlands. Well, the truthful answer would be very limited in the sense that we do mention the history, but not specifically going into numbers or figures in this particular course. And the reason for that are multiple, both practical and more structural or systemic. The practical side of it is this course is only 6 weeks. So it's really an intensive, compact program in this university. And we want to dedicate as much time as we can to give space to the African philosophy and the scholars, and not to have Dutch historians in there or something. But at the same time, and that brings us to the more structural and systemic problem, we kind of are filling a gap. Students don't have this kind of knowledge. And while working on this gap, we realize how many other gaps these students have. So constantly we are looking with a group of teachers like, they don't know this either. They don't know this either. And that makes us realize the systemic problem is also in the education that Dutch students had before coming to university. This kind of education about the Dutch colonial history should be taught at high school level. And then let's not forget Suriname and Indonesia. I mean, the Dutch have like a history to talk about. We should. So yeah, we are opening up this debate in the Netherlands, but the school books yet have not been adapted sufficiently, I think, to really in-depth give students the knowledge of what has been happening there. And at least in Wageningen for this year, they are designing a new course on the history, especially of slavery and colonialism. So I hope that course, but that will be taught by a historian, will address more of these issues. But yeah, thanks. It's a very valid point. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. I'm going to take a last round of questions. I don't want to stand between you and the stomach, so let's keep them very brief because we have to get ready for lunch. Okay. I think this hand was first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're going to keep them brief. I'll make sure everyone gets a chance to ask their questions. Yes, very brief. People are hungry.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a ramble in the jungle, a ramobula in the jungle. The issue, like maybe at other instances, we catch long-hanging fruits. There was a philosophy, Aguna Matata, what a wonderful phrase, Africa Matata Shala Kona Bafit. So I wanted to understand the thing about Sister Tutu, hello, sure. Yeah, it would be nice also to understand how to interpret these other ones. Your ethos of societal mindset, your applications during death are still the same. Meditation, visualization, and practice, and during birth. Is this still your MVPs are still are playing? Yeah, meditation, visualize, and practice. So my brother, sure. I wanted to ask him to catch with the critical solidarity unfounded. Yeah, when you were mentioning Congo, DRC Congo. So the critical solidarity. Do we think these people? The movement of people, the Congo MVPs, as they're moving, running away from these wars. Could we say, is it a critical solidarity as we say these people are moving in hundreds? Not this caravan is moving, Buffett. Vis-a-vis the Mozambican, as they stand in solidarity together with the MVP, the Mozambique veto polls, we still realize that. Auntie, how ugly now is gonna flow like a butterfly and sting like a bee? After completing this practice, the bachelor's what do they? I think sometimes the country would offer restorative justice, guys. That's called the language. Practice of practical. Do they offer land of practice, the land expropriation? After completing those agri stuff, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask, can we keep it quiet? Because some people, it's hard to hear the questions with the background noise. So can you please keep it down? The gentleman in the blue shirt.
Hi, I'm Ilana. I have a question for the second speaker. Mr. Gwediso. What is the purpose of the study in the sense that there's already been work done if you're relying on Ubuntu, like Professor Ramose? His work on rehumanization and his work on conquest precedes, in a way, the work of the master and the slave, right? Conquest is the encounter through which the slave and the master is created. And there we already have the contradiction of the conqueror and the conquered. Why go back then to draw on when you're working within this Ubuntu framework to Western, to Heidegger, to, you know, all these other thinkers, when you already have a framework to situate the study in that relies precisely on that contradiction. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand why it's there, you know?
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is a comment, more of a comment, starting from the presentation Ka Dudu, in view of the role of the bead within the context of Ubuntu. I think to the emerging researchers, this is the beauty that we should always make or draw reference from. I wanted to give the case of Mapungubwe, wherein today globally people are making us as Africans a laughing stock in view of the trade that was done wherein a bead had to be traded for gold. To somebody, it may sound very stupid or barbaric, but if you remember the significance of that trade, you should be looking at the aspect of what kind of a bead that they were trading and its significance within the social context. You realize that they needed, Africans, they needed what we call it, they say Portuguese bead, in Venda we call it Urungwamadi, which deals with the maritime problems. You will recall biblically where Jesus calmed the storm, but in an African context, it will only take you to put on that beard to silence the storms that is coming from the maritime environment in that order. So all I'm trying to bring to is that future researchers or emerging researchers should go beyond what we are seeing or hearing as other people portrayed of us, but dig deeper to understand the significance of some of the things that define us as Africans. And then, unfortunately, that other speaker is gone. I heard him so hard on aspect of socialism without comparing it to any other forms of or model or ideological stance, because in my view, socialism might have harvested, might have caused some warfare in this world, but capitalism as well, it is not spared of the same. It's not spared of the same results into humanity. So as and when we critique one side, we must also be objective into looking into other side and its impact into what we do. Thank you.
Claire, please go to Masati.
Shalom, shalom. I'm Advocate Nsaluba from the Faculty of Law. Mine, and thank you for the presentations, not because I have beads, but I would want to inquire from Duduzile. Duduzile, I'm an IP legal practitioner, and I was looking at how you transcend from the beadwork to it being protected as a cultural heritage to a point where the developer of that beadwork earns a living, not by selling it, but by selling the IP that is behind the beadwork. I was looking at your sketch. Allow me to call it a sketch. And I was looking at the various artistic forms that are there, and I began to ask myself, if you were to have written your paper with me, and we talk about the author of your paper, would it be you or a being behind you that drove you? And so, what does it do to the current laws of intellectual property? Your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diduzile, this question is for you also. I was just thinking about, as I'm hearing you talk, I'm thinking about beadwork as performance and what does that mean? Because you're speaking of your work as being memory, archive, knowledge making, restoration as intimacy. These are all, it seems like the end goals of your practice, and especially when you look at the products of your practice. But I'm also wondering, what happens if we look at the process behind this end goal and the importance of doing and looking at the process behind the end goal, particularly relate to how we, within the craft mark, within the craft space, the artist is objectified, their work is objectified, the artist is unknown. I mean, go to the JAG and there's a whole collection of pieces with artist unknown. And so I'm quite interested to see you specifically and how you seem to be interpreting your work as fine art, your beadwork as fine art, and that is done on purpose. And I'm wondering if, as part of that purpose, as part of that intention, what does your practice look like, and is your practice an equal part to the end goal? And yeah, and would this also be things like, would it incorporate elements of ritual? I'm asking. Thank you.
I'm going to take two last questions and we'll give it to the panel and go for lunch. Yes.
Mine is a quick one. You then reference a few things about the craft, and also use the example of learning to make umqombothi from Okoko in your response. What Do Advocate now has just said about the IP. Families have certain ways of making umqombothi. The craft in itself is individualized in different families in terms of ceremonies, and how a particular Bagamahlango do it will probably not be the same as Bagantlabati do it, because of the, I could say, the spiritual element of that particular practice in terms of the IP of the family. So it then comes to what I just want to find out. How then does that translate in acknowledging, because it's a critical one, what Advocate is saying. How do we emphasize that particular aspect of the IP, I guess? That's just something I'm wondering.
Thank you. I'm going to take the last question from Obakeng.
Okay, apologies for standing up twice. I just want to, using a comment to underscore what the objection is that informs the questions that have been directed to you, Mr. Kwatiso. And the objection is that there seems to be a performative contradiction in what you're doing, because you set up, you introduce a concept, social dialectic. And when I look at what it is that this dialectic is doing, at a performative level, it is the Hegelian dialectic, despite the fact that it claims to be opposed to what Hegel is doing. The very movement of the framework that you introduce is Hegelian through and through. And in a sense, there is an unbridgeable gap between your claim of the social dialectic drawing from the well of Ubuntu and the social dialectic being an opposition to the Hegelian dialectic as such. And so from my interpretation, that's what informs the questions that are being asked. Thanks.
I forgot I had a question. My question is to Dr. Berghut. So I'm just curious. You mentioned you had a list of approaches to transformative education, and the last one was about ChatGPT exercises. I'm just curious if you could elucidate on that.
Simila, quite a lot to say, but I'll be short because of time. And if you want to speak after, I'm available. The first question about the practicalities of birth and death, I think to answer you there is you'd be talking about rites of passage. And as we know with colonialism, a lot of our cultures, practices found other containers, acceptable containers. I would say to you that you have to ask at home what happens when there's a birth, what happens when there's a death. Because with Bulukwani, that has to deal with death, what people wear to symbolize is different. It could be red and white, it could be black, it could be black fabric, it could be a safety pin, it could be a button, and they all have different languages within it. So I'd say Khumbule Khaya. And the second one about Mapungubwe and representation, that's a distorted history. I wouldn't say it's part of a fragment, a small fragment when we look at things. I would say that you have to go and do your own journey. I think in the location of culture, Baba calls it métissage, a journey of métissage. So I would say to you, any question that is tapping at you is there to also offer you knowledge. Our culture, our practices are living, they are practical, and they need more engagement than just a question. After you question, what do you do? How do you move? What's your action? And then in terms of, before I continue there, you spoke about we need to trace beads and stuff. Detailing, it's all there. And maybe in the future, my book will also be there somewhere. But it's understanding that beadwork is more. It's not about trading of the 14th century. Sesiyalapha manje sikhuluma ngomoya, sikhuluma about our living essence and how we can get out of the corner. Sesilele khoneni kakhulu, arguing about intellectual capabilities, but we have to be able to change the reality on the ground. And then the beadwork as performance, museumization of our objects and how they are titled and stuff. There's a lot of work to be done. I think for me, it's about identity design and your expression. I'd say that even when I wear a color, even when I sew, I have to ask myself, what is the guiding intentionality behind it? Therefore, the framework itself is governed on the premise of guidance. And you don't just guide, one has to have an intention behind what we're doing. We have to remember that dilo tsa rona, they go beyond form and function. They are much deeper, and we cannot get lost in trying to argue amongst ourselves, to argue amongst who's right. The thing is, where are you based? Indabuko yako iguphi? Where's your origin? And currently, where are you located? And futhi uzibeka phi wena? It's not about other people. When we are beading, there's either a line or a circular, but that bead rests next to another. But I suppose with its own agency, it knows who it is. And like Kilebukhile Achilo, it's not the time to be asking, who am I? The ontology is so combative. The alienation is so grave that somebody would say on this platform that Africans are naive. So that's the story of it. And you asked about my end goal and how my practices go. I become uhlanya. That's in minimum speak. You become uhlanya because no one can see what I can see and no one can write in the language that you can write. That's why even now they're trying to use beadwork for coding because it's actually a coded language. And it's a language that I find that a lot more of our Western counterparts are collecting. A lot more of our work exists overseas than it does here. The books I buy, I don't buy in South Africa. I have to get them imported. So it's also essentially our own preservation tools, our own skills, and our leaders. In the speech or whatnot, I said, Baladeri ba muso ababoni. We will be supported by German governments, we'll be supported by the US, we'll be supported by other people who see the value. But here I'm as good as Kieta Mangena, Kieta bracelet. Like, really, do you know this ancient language? Yes. I think I've answered everything, but essentially what I would also say is going back to Ntate Mogobe's work on sovereignty. Currently, we are experiencing a very disenfranchising sovereignty. We're living in Trump land. If he says he's gonna withdraw 2 billion of the world's FDI, we're all in panic, But I think the work of our African works talk to sovereignty, being able to self-qualify and self-determine. And Babuilega intellectual property, I would say that it's mine. I would say that it's mine as a caretaker. I would say that it's mine as a person who's keeping it for the next. Bo Esther, they will go soon enough. And who else will be there? I mean, I had to take it upon myself, But I do run a free education access, Mahala Tuto, for kids to know these innate skills. Because I was not taught by anyone. I did not go into any classroom. I did not sit in front of anyone, but the feet of my grandmother and her knowledge. And when I usually talk about how essence is passed on, if we understand that faith is also passed forward, that life is also anchored into, we will feel less alone in the world if we know that everything you are, thank you.
This is a beautiful peer review session. My brother, to answer your question on critical solidarities, I use critical solidarities and the lack thereof through incorporating Ubuntu in how issues are managed between groups of people. And I mentioned those examples as an example, a living current timeless example of, because the governments and the political figures in those particular countries aren't incorporating Ubuntu practices, it leads to that particular strife. What's happening in Congo has led because there was not a incorporation of Ubuntu. Similar example is Israel-Palestine, and another example is within us in South Africa, because these things can sound a bit far, but within as native South Africans, Afrophobia how we've failed to even incorporate Ubuntu and mistreating our African brothers and sisters. So I'm making an example of this is what happened because we didn't lead with Ubuntu. That's the reason why I pulled that particular point on, and to speak on how if we can incorporate more of Ubuntu, we can harness and shape critical solidarities within nations, within continents, etc. I'll combine those two. One is leaning towards the big why and why this particular paper exists. I agree that there are works that are of a similar nature to what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is not new. Nothing under the sun is. But what I'm trying to do with this paper is not just critique Hegel. And my brother, the point you made on the pursuit of critiquing Hegel leans towards a form of what he already speaks of. My attempt is to, in one part, progress Ubuntu and use Ubuntu as a countermeasure to certain philosophies that are problematic, but also the second part, the second leg of what I'm trying to do with this paper is to critique everyday language, everyday conceptualizations, everyday philosophies. And Hegel's philosophies has been so integrated in the study of philosophy that certain things are no longer questioned in its fundamental form in terms of just the concepts and the words and what they mean. Because leaning towards Ubuntu, we speak of Ubuntu and we recognize the deep power within that word. Prof does a great job of breaking it down of and tu. The leaning of the deep meaning of the word is my entry of sorts. Granted, the paper is not perfect nor complete, and I will incorporate what you've mentioned. My attempt was to provide a means of contending with things we actually easily accept as students ourselves, reading and understanding about Hegel, and hopefully building on to what the greats have already established and built on. As you mentioned, why did I skip that? It's a matter of, I will incorporate it for sure, and I appreciate that. But my point was, in not presenting it here, is to speak on the ontology, the root and the meaning of how we are as beings. And how that can actually contribute to the relations we're trying to build. My brother loosely mentioned that it might be a little bit hunky-dory concept of this yearning, but I believe that if we don't examine these ideas, if we don't, and I appreciate the examination of this particular idea that I propose, if we don't engage with these ideas as critically as we can, it limits the legs of Ubuntu from running across the world and being a mode and a philosophy for us to be able to practice and to actually serve and to, in a way, address the things that were not addressed. Ubulungisa is an example of restorative justice. The crime or the particular act in itself not fading away with time, but also we have to constantly interrogate those things, which is why I went directly to Hegelian philosophy and trying to contend with that, because with time there's been contestations within that, but also I'm trying to speak to that and bring in that particular conceptualization of Bulungisa and understanding that we have to not just contend with previous philosophical conceptions, but also we have to contend with what its residues and how those particular words have lingered and how we use them in our everyday speech. I hope I've sufficiently answered your question. My brother, I thank you for that comment of critical reflection. It's going to be very much helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to keep it short because I think we're in need for lunch. Two questions for me to respond. And the first about the bachelor's and the master's and what they learn. I think the key point when we talk about critical consciousness is that we want to train students to learn and ask the critical questions themselves. They, in their future courses, and this is already happening, I hear back from teachers in other courses, oh my goodness, they followed your course. Now they're starting to ask all these difficult questions. So that is what we hope that they will be doing, asking the critical questions that sting like a bee when they are in their future jobs or following their subsequent courses. And then the question on ChatGPT, I hope this is actually a nice small story to maybe close the session. we had a dialogue with ChatGPT. We asked ChatGPT, what is Ubuntu? Then ChatGPT reproduced answers. We printed those answers. We gave the text to the students. And we said, now analyze what ChatGPT is providing you and use the text written by Prof. Ramose on Ubuntu. And then they came to the conclusion, in short, ChatGPT had not been reading Ramose. ChatGPT generated a very different construction of Ubuntu than what the students had learned. And we went even further. We also asked ChatGPT, are you Eurocentric? Because what it generated was actually a reproduction largely of probably open access papers published by authors who have superficially paid lip services to Ubuntu. And in that sense, students started to realize, first, I need to write an essay. I need to think myself, because ChatGPT doesn't know about Ramose's text in that sense. But also, the way ChatGPT reproduced it was in a very fragmented way. Whereas when we read the text of Ramose, it is about wholeness and about how things are interconnected. And that's then the third point, is that students realize, I need to think for myself. This is the critical thinking part of it. I can put something in a computer and I get a response out of it, but I still need to think myself, does it make sense what I get reproduced? So it turned out to be a very powerful exercise, and I must admit, it has been developed by the younger generation. I'm not that old yet, but this was my teaching assistant who came up with this exercise to make students aware of ChatGPT and the way Ubuntu is being used in a popular version on the internet. So thank you very much for that question, and thank you for listening.
A big thank you to our panelists, and thank you everyone for the great discussion. We're going to go for lunch. I'm going to ask Professor Ramose's table to go first, and then after, everyone can follow. Thank you again for the great session. Sorry for the time delays.
much for remaining and seeing this program through. The purpose of this event was to do something special for Prof. Ramose while he is still with us. And your presence here means a lot to us, and we trust that it means a lot to Prof. Ramose as well. So thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your presence. So we are going to start with the second session, where we will be discussing the land question. And of course, the land question in South Africa is very problematic. So we are looking forward to the discussions that we are going to receive from Dr. Christopher Alsobrook from the Center for Leadership Ethics in Africa, from the University of Fort Hare, and we are going to have Advocate Sipho Mantula from the University of South Africa. I would like to request Dr. Christopher Alsobrook to please join me in stage. And I would also like to request Advocate Sipho Mantula to please join me on stage. So the first presentation will come from Dr. Alsobrook, who will give his presentation and his talk. And then thereafter, we will have Advocate Sipho Mantula, who is a keynote speaker. He will also give his talk. And soon after that, we will then take questions. After the question and answer session, we are going to have a gift-giving. Announcement or special, a special announcement, and this announcement will be done by Prof. Mkelele Madise from the University of South Africa, and this would be a gift from us to Prof. Ramose. And soon after the gift giving, we will then have an appreciation speech from Prof. Ramose. Please note that we are still going to have a lecture, a full hour's lecture with Prof. Ramose tomorrow. So I urge you to please come back tomorrow to listen to this great man. So please. Today was only just for us to appreciate him and to say thank you to him. Tomorrow we are also then going to have a full lecture from Prof. Ramose. And after the appreciation speech from Prof. Ramose, we will then close the program, hopefully at 3 o'clock, if not 4 o'clock. Thank you very much, colleagues.
I'm just going to stick that there. Okay, thanks everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. I know I did, and I'm feeling a little bit sleepy now. But we're going to talk about land in this panel. So, and I'm responding to Prof. Ramose's work. He's talked about land in a number of publications. It's been a long-standing concern that he's addressed. It's one of the main issues in South Africa, and the issue that was perhaps avoided at the end of apartheid, and is still not been worked out. So there's been a lot of sensation recently about this land expropriation bill, which seems to be overhyped. And so I've written a paper about land reform, arguing for a different kind of land reform. So this paper takes its cue from Mogobela Ramose's arguments on the question of Izwe Letu, which means our land, or the land is ours. And I refer to this to the land question to consider certain issues of property ownership and restitution and social tenure and sovereignty, land sovereignty. So to do justice to public discourse about land, we need to disaggregate the meanings of the land question. Whenever I've attended talks or conferences about the land, it seems to mean many different things to many different people. And we also need to distinguish the ideology of land ownership from actual direct concerns about land sovereignty, and to widen analysis beyond the narrow land reform solutions that have been offered in our country and the policies that have been directed to that. So land reform solutions which confine the land question unnecessarily to property ownership. So this property ownership, there's often a divide, maybe between the ANC and the EFF, for instance, property ownership by the state or property ownership by citizens. But it's always about property ownership, and that's not all the land question is about, as we see in Ramose's work. So I think that ideology critique of the South African land question is warranted. Since the apartheid regime collapsed, the state that we inherited from that regime has been engaged in a largely unsuccessful program of land acquisition for land removed from blacks for whites after 1913. And the pace of reform has fallen behind and below expectations. And so the ANC government, faced with frustration and unemployment and waning support, has passed legislation to allow the state to expropriate land with nil compensation for redistribution to black owners or to state tenants. We don't know where it's going, but we know how they're getting it for free. And a big issue has been made about this. Now, Ramose's Pan-Africanist association of the land question with land sovereignty points not to the restitution of individual parcels of territory, which this legislation envisages, but to sovereignty over the whole land. And given this primary question of land sovereignty, I ask, how does the state recognize existing tenure systems, African social tenure systems? How does the state recognize these? And the answer is that African social tenure systems as a whole have been displaced by a Western model of property ownership, which gives exclusive control over surveyed earth to the bearer of its title deed, which is recognized by the state and its laws. And the current programs of restitution and redistribution and expropriation not only fail to recognize African social tenure systems, but land reform ideology actually promotes a Western property model, a Western system of property ownership, either ownership by private citizens or businesses or by the state, as the EFF proposes. So the South African state does not secure, and local credit providers do not recognize other types of African land tenure, social tenure. Now, noting that the most viable agricultural land with good rainfall lies in the eastern part of the country, one might notice that the former African Bantustans take up a large part of that country, that side of the country. For instance, where I work at Fort Hare. And access to this land and most of South Africa's sprawling, informal urban settlements is communally negotiated or regulated according to African social tenure systems. But the state does not secure that tenure. So the ideological interpretation of the land question as a call for the transfer of title deeds from white to black hands sustains this erasure of insecure African social tenures. And it reproduces, the land reform ideology reproduces colonial property regimes. Sovereign African social tenure systems have been displaced by Western property ownership in a process that Ramose refers to as epistemicide, when he critically observes that customary law, which is known as the law of the peoples of the land, has been so subordinated to the Constitution. And though the 1996 Constitution recognizes African customary law, this stands in a secondary relationship to the Bill of Rights and the property clauses that trump it. So while the South African state only recognizes and secures land ownership, tenure and access that is tied to formal ownership registered with title deeds, most citizens access land on informal, socially negotiated tenure arrangements. And such patterns of land tenure and access have actually predominated historically throughout South Africa, but they're neither recognized or secured by the state. By contrast, the expropriation of vacant and abandoned private land with nil compensation, that threatens the property rights of a tiny fraction of a minority of the citizens in South Africa. But that's where all the noise has been, and that's where all the tension has been. So the ideological posturing on land distribution and restitution and expropriation has displaced the most urgent problem of the land question in South Africa, and that is tenure insecurity. And the basic job of a state is to secure the land. That's what makes the state legitimate. So we have an illegitimate state. The displacement of African social tenure by an ideological focus on the transfer of white title deeds from whites to blacks exacerbates this insecure social tenure for the majority of our citizens by distracting attention from the real problem. And perversely, such ineffective land reform ideology displaces autochthonous tenure practices with Western ideals of property ownership, which undermines the foundational principle of izwe lethu. Colonialism and apartheid displaced Africans from land by territorial acquisition and forced removal. But the less visible epistemic consequences of this literal physical displacement, which is the displacement of African land rights, has been displaced by a universal framework of Western title deeds. Okay, once colonialism has achieved this epistemicide, this secondary displacement of property over social tenure, the actual original territorial acquisition becomes redundant. It doesn't matter anymore who owns the property, because that ownership is ultimately predicated on financial capital. Once you have the property, it's actually owned by the bank, and it becomes financialized. So decolonization requires neither repression nor occupation of the land, as long as black people buy into the financialized system of Western property ownership. Whether the formal owner is black or white monopoly capital takes care of the rest to commodify and secure credits against such African land. And the hegemonic ideology automates exploitation once the finance on private property is secured. So those who fall outside of this credit scheme, the financial system, are left to fight it out over insecure social tenure that the state does not protect, although that's the state's basic job. So, this displacement of African social tenure by Western title deeds functions more effectively at the level of ideology than coercion, which requires ongoing maintenance by external parties. Through displacement, conquered subjects come to believe that they have lost not the land that they had, but the land that the conqueror gained. And then they fight for that land and those land rights. Even in resistance, the struggle for liberation entrenches these alien property rights. Instead of seeking recognition and restoration and security of African social tenure, the conquered then buy into the private property market to gain the security and prestige of a title deed to commodified land. And this displacement by title deeds shifts the place of liberation from Izwelethu, our land, to my land, the promised land, which erodes the negotiated historical identity of people on land until social tenures become invisible. So from his radical and revolutionary perspective in late 1970s black consciousness, Ramose's work on the land question focuses on the epistemic function of displacement over and above the underlying displacement of forced removals. A lot of people were talking about forced removals, but the bigger question was the Izwelethu question, the question of sovereignty over the whole land. And customary African social tenure systems are typically defined across a range of socially negotiated levels of access established by historical precedent, presence, occupation, kinship relationships, need, status, chiefly authority, and negotiated access. A common general feature of the ethical principles that align these practices across Africa is that they all agree on the legitimacy of social tenure that gains sense on the land, not in an office, not in an abstract financialized system. It's negotiated on the ground. So there's a bias against this displacement, this ideological displacement in practice in African ethical systems, against abstract conceptual and financial systems towards negotiated emplacement. Now, Ramose rejects the principle of constitutional sovereignty in favor of parliamentary sovereignty, which is negotiated, ongoing. He remains committed to the universal ethics of Ubuntu and humanism, and he observes that even as the political leadership of the black nationalist AZAPO and PAC continues to pursue the resolution of the conflict within this is a quote, within the narrow and untenable epistemological framework of the, or paradigm of the conqueror, their peoples carried on and charted their own route. And he talks of then the Macho Chombi phenomenon. Says this is a complex combination of conditions unfit for human habitation, where human beings nonetheless find themselves in, leaving the only option but to radically question the juridical epistemology of the conqueror, and are questioning this epistemological paradigm, while the elites continue to sustain these Western property systems, and the middle class tries to break into that, right? Meanwhile, the Macho Chombi assert their right to a place which has an historical meaning, and where some things have happened and are remembered and provide continuity, and in which some important words have been spoken and have established identity on the land. So it's social tenure. Now, by exclusively securing our title deeds under the official state apparatus to the neglect of all other social tenures, land reform ideology perpetuates the colonial present. The state is reproducing the colonial segregation of title deeds on the one hand and communal African social tenures on the other. It's failing to reconceptualize and integrate these into a coherent, coordinated system to better secure African social tenures. And this divide, the segregated divide between two different kinds of property or land recognition, is maintained by the land reform programs, even this new Land Expropriation Act. And the displacement of social tenure leads the conquered into voluntary servitude. Maybe not the Macho Chombi, but the citizens who buy into this. Now, my argument is not intended to deny functional cases for land restitution, but just to argue for the better alignment of formal registered private land deeds with off-register social tenures, so the latter gain an equal footing with the former, that the state at least protects the tenure of the majority of the people. South Africa's land reform initiatives all depend on formal and official state recognition for a variegated range of forms of African social tenure. The state and financial institutions recognize credit and secure registered title deeds, but they cannot see African social tenures. And the dominant model must be revised to accommodate a wider array of tenure options. The current system privileges formal title deeds, as I've said, but this is inadequate to deal with social tenures. But these tenures are seldom disorganized. There are patterns that can be regulated and organized through local social and political processes. And this has been done elsewhere in Africa. Israel Letu calls for recognition of African land rights as practiced by people on the ground. Decolonization is not just about forced removal of white settlers from the promised land. It requires coherent integration and realignment of the laws of the state with the genealogies and purposes of citizens' everyday customary practices. I've got 5 minutes, so let me see. So these complex processes of land rights reform have been displaced by the blunt ideology of land reform as land acquisition. But land reform can't just mean black ownership of colonial land rights. This narrow conception of land reform is upheld by the state and financial institutions, and it benefits elites. The hegemonic tenure model is recognized in practice, but the state neglects its duty to secure living customary social tenure arrangements of which are over the 60% of the population. And let's see, ran on a bit. So the recently legislated Expropriation Act specifies that expropriation without compensation might be used as a targeted approach in limited cases where land rights are weak. Which is where land has been abandoned, basically, or it's not used. And that small bundle of instances cannot be the major obstacle in our country to South African land reform. So I've framed the land question as a problem that's been misinterpreted by the restrictive ideological fetishism of title deeds and Western property ownership to the exclusion of African social tenure systems. And beyond such a narrow conception, we need to decolonize the underlying system of tenure in South Africa. This has been done, as I said, across Africa. Across over 78% of Africa, there's been statutory recognition of communal tenure. It goes back, the World Bank has revised its individual tenure policy. When did it do this? The World Bank revised its individual tenure policy in 1975 to recognize communal tenure. So I was born in 1975. This was 50 years ago. But South Africa has still not recognized African social tenures. We're considering expropriating a small number of defunct title deeds, but cannot secure the informal social tenure arrangements of most citizens on land they actually occupy. So the state, just to finish, has to establish institutional, administrative, and legal tenure measures to recognize the tenure arrangements of the excluded, invisible, official, extra-legal, marginalized, poor majority. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alsobrook. I would like to call on stage Sipho, Advocate Sipho Mandula for his talk. Thank you.
I think like we can't just start on the land question without a song. If you're ready, so that for after lunch, but to extend my greetings to Date Is the PowerPoint reflecting? I take this opportunity to present this testament this afternoon on an important week in our country, in our region, that the elder that we are honoring this morning, this afternoon, this evening, he has been in this battlefield. And I think all of us who are here, we are here to give testimony. We are here to come and say we have been schooled, we have been nourished, we have been educated, we have been assisted by his knowledge to be where we are today. Like I said, this is the week where we do remember Sharpeville Langa massacre. We remember the independence of the people of Namibia. It's a very important moment. I've started with this chant, as you have seen in our content of our presentation. I'm not thinking I have notes or the keys, if you are saying it's a keynote. I don't have the notes. I've got the tones. I don't have the... I think everybody has a key here to can open our minds. It is important to look at our telegram this afternoon and also look at the controversial section 25 that we have mentioned. But look at an interview or the outer view that happened 11 years ago in this building. And there are two scholars or two students of Ramose who were able to capture this interview in 2014 on the 23rd of August. And that's where this paper was contextualized to talk about to whom does the land belong. It was 11 years ago in this same institution. Ndumiso Dladla and Ter Blanche Delport, they were the ones who were taking the notes of that interview between Prof. Ramose and Derek Hook. And this is a very important truthization that I didn't call it a conversation, but a truthization between two scholars on the question of land, but also getting into the visit of Prof. Ramose to meet Robert Sobukwe in Kimberley. So this is a very important task for us to look using the lens of Prof. Ramose and the lens of Mangaliso Sobukwe. It's very important also to remind you that 2019, in the same building again, the late Mutsogo Peko presented on the law and the land. And who was responding? It was Prof. Ramose. It's a 22-minute clip that I will urge you to just watch it, listen to it, because there he was not talking about his story, but our story, her story. Talking about international law of colonization, talking about the role of churches in occupying the land. But that was an interesting session, actually, that Prof. Ramose took, where he was explaining about the epistemology of the land occupation and the doctrine of what in the Latin concept you say there was no man's land, but people discovered us. So that is the view. In 1996 also there was a paper that I just picked up last night that was in Berlin, if you think of the land occupation, the beginning of the land robbery or the land heist. It started in Berlin. In 1996, there was this scholar who looked at the land space and the landscape. How do we define the issue of the land space and the landscape? But I've also thought about it is important for us to look at the question of land and spirituality. That's the last context I will be giving. But also, I thought that it is important for us to begin this telegram with this song of Tina Sizwe to say, it simply means let the land return to the people. And that is why my previous speaker, when you were saying Israel too, I thought you would say Africa. Can I say Israel too? Africa? That means umhlaba wethu lefatshe ke la rona. Very important to understand that the white people were the antagonists on this question, and we became the protagonist on the land question. It has also went deeper to say this is a song that nobody can claim. So this composition talks to all of us here about the question of land. What is important also, it is this context that I've mentioned about Prof. Ramose and Derek Hook almost 11 years ago, when they had a conversation on to whom does the land belong? And this question is very important in the context of 31 years of the so-called constitutional democracy, so-called parliamentary democracy. It's a highly contested debate. And when you look at this question, like I said, it is a questionable, a problematic issue within our own constitution of 1993, 1996. Prof. Ramos in that conversation with the late Motsoko Pheko posed the question about why Ubuntu was removed in the 1996 constitution, but it was there in the 1993 constitution. What changed? The drafters and the interpreters. But also Prof. Ramos in this conversation, he's asking a simple question: why is Section 25 one of the longest clauses of our constitution? It's got 9 paragraphs, 9 articles. It's very questionable, but most of you might not know. Despite that, there are many sub-legislations that came after this Section 25, even before. So it is very important that when we want to contextualize that, do we grasp with this question, to whom does the land belong? And I don't want to go into Section 25 as a legal mind or as a legal researcher, and just to say to you, you need to understand that Section 25 was built on the wrong footing. The legal scholars of Western Cape were the drafters of that Section 25. We might want to deny, to say it was drafted by the Codesa 1, Codesa 2 gangsters, or the mafias who were in Codesa 1 and Codesa 2. But political mafias who in Codesa 1, Codesa 2 allowed Section 25 as it was drafted by legal scholars of Western Cape. And this section, like I said, you will find problematic sections like subsection 3, when it is talking about the amount of compensation, the time frame, the concept of public interest, the question that we have mentioned in terms of the use of the property, acquisition, the market value. And that's where we are sitting with this question of, even if you have legal scholars like Ngokai Tobi, who have written extensively, but he has also used archives of all those activists who are fighting for land using law. But if you think of Ngokai Tobi, I don't think we can take him as an authoritative scholar on this question, unless we can dig deeper to what Prof. Ramos has already raised on this question of land, already what he has raised on the philosophy of Ubuntu, and also understanding the internationalization of law and the land. Like I say, I don't want to go to this section deeper, but only to look at subsection 7, that it can recognize the 110 robbery, what has happened in 1913. But I think 1913, we are always trying to use it, but the land robbery started in 1884 and 1885 in the Congo Conference, the Berlin Conference. That's where the land robbery started. The occupation of the African continent, partitioning of Africa started in the Berlin Conference. That is a crime scene. I'll call Berlin a crime scene. That's where it all started. And that's how we should always contextualize that. It's almost 141 years ago since the Berlin Conference. Actually, between November and February, that's where technocrats, politicians, diplomats met, and lawyers met to plot against this question of divide and conquer, divide and rule. It is also important that when we pay tribute to Elder Ramose, we look at this question of his intellectual legacy, that it is sitting around two areas that I thought they are very important. He has posed the question on the role of justice and ethics extensively in his writings. The role of justice and ethics, meaning ethical leadership, meaning unjust laws, and that we need justice. He has also got into a deeper thinking of black consciousness and the Pan-African thinking. I don't think when you have to understand Prof. Ramose, you will miss the question of how he has conceptualized many concepts that people, when you talk about them, they will think you are mad. When you talk of democracy and you say democracy, and they don't know what is democracy, and you say Bantucracy, and you say Ubuntucracy, and then you say, what Prof is he saying now here? But these are the kind of philosophers that we have in this century. And it is very important when we look at this originative interview that happened, it is important for us to also contextualize it in a century and a decade of the passing of this demonic law of the Native Land Act by the apartheid settler regime in 1913. And this national question comes relevantly if we have to look at the wisdom of law that is being offered by Prof. Ramose. It is also important, as I start with the end in the beginning, that Prof. Ramose questions the legal minds who were at the CODESA to say, is Ramaphosa and Matthew Phosa and Mandela as legal minds, where did they study law? How could they not see this section 25, that it was a fraud and a flawed section? In the end of the interview, Prof. Ramose questions the legal minds of these leaders to say, how can Ramaphosa and Matthew Phosa and Mandela as legal minds? Where did they study law? And it's a pity, Prof. This university, it is once again the crime scene of that they have studied law here, most of them. Now, when you look at this question, Prof is raising the question of ownership in this interview when Derek Hook kept on pushing him on the question of why, when you were meeting with Mangaliso Sobukwe, what were the issues that you were engaging on? But Prof kept on Prof kept on running away from that question, but always try to can use this question of force, that the land was occupied by force, and those who have occupied the land by force and they want to call themselves the rightful owners poses this question, to whom does the land belong if they've taken this land by force? How can you say they are the rightful owners when they've taken this land by force? And secondly, you find that Prof has also deliberated on this question. I've got 10 minutes and I had many slides, but I will rush. And here you'll find that Prof has posed this question because he feels that there is no clear answer. But here is a key question that came to Prof from Derek Cook, which I find it seminal. When he was asked about the thinking of Prof as a PAC president and how the ANC viewed this question of land, and even the meeting, what was the context and the nature of this meeting? And this meeting of Prof Ramose and Mangaliso Sobukwe, it was not a one-man visit. It was a visit by the Black Consciousness members. And when they were engaging in this, I want to give you the answer of Prof Ramose, that he was talking about, let's start at the land question, Israeli to issue. But he's contextualizing it with the origin of the Mapungubwe. He goes deeper on discussing the land question again with the use of force, how people occupy the land by violence. But he goes further on this question and the answer to pose this question again. as an unfinished business in this country. And Prof, if you can check, he didn't write on the land question talking about private law or property law. He went deeper on the question of land in terms of the title of territory, sovereignty, the role of kings and queens. And that's how the conversation, or that conversation with Derek Hook, get on into the question of not looking at the question of land only from private law, but he looked at the international law level, he looked at communal level, he looked at what we call African law, which is Ubuntu law. That's very important. But also, Prof confirms that the slogan or the motto that the PAC was using and is still using of Izwe Lethu, it is still relevant. There is no way that you can still ask about the relevancy of black consciousness or of Izwe Lethu. Is the land question still a relevant question? Prof confirms it in that conversation and conversation with Derek Hook, that it is still remains a relevant slogan, but it is still not answering this question as he was engaging with Prof, that the question of of the title of territory and the question of private law and property law. What is also important is that when Prof questions this long section of section 25, you know, there is this question where Prof, he's raising the question of why we say this is the constitution of the people of South Africa. And these principles of constitutionalism that we have to correct. Because they did not even look at the question of territory. They did not look at the question of land as it is linked to the being, land linked to the spirit, land linked to the origin of indigenous people. But here, Prof, he's questioning the drafters of the 1993 and the 1996 Constitution extensively. And as one will have said, you'll understand that this issue of the land question didn't start only in the 1930s, 1900s. It also gained the momentum in the early, after the Shavilanga massacre in the 60s and 70s. And it is still relevant even today. So if here you looked at the question that of Prof, where he looked at the question of land, where I will say we need to look at the question of land in terms of wealth, health, human dignity, cultural identity, and spiritual linkage. It is important for us when we want to say to whom does the land belong, we look at the question of identity, we look at the question of spirituality and botu, human dignity. It's also key that when you look at the Native Land Act, that it actually confirmed, legitimizes that colossal land robbery of the settler colonialism. It is also the question that 2025 you have the 1975 Act that has been signed into law, but awaiting regulations, because whenever you sign a law, you need regulations. So it will be important for us as scholars to interrogate the regulations of the Expropriation Act of 1975, which has been amended in 2025. It will be critical for us to look at the regulations. The link of Mangaliso Sobukwe and Prof on Ubuntu that I wanted to share with you in that interview is that there was a new name of Sobukwe that he said, the real name of Sobukwe is like serenity. This is another name of Sobukwe. And he said it is how Sobukwe dealt with issues, how he put it, how he was placing the narrative and the people's issues at the front. He didn't put his own ideology, but he put the national interest of the Azanian people. But here, Prof, he says, when they left Mangaliso Sobukwe on that day, he could pick up that Mangaliso Sobukwe has Botu, Unanale Botu, Ubuntu. There was a sense of that Sobukwe was not just a human being. There was something deeper in this character of Sobukwe after their engagement. So it is very important as we are looking at one of the sub-themes of this engagement on Ubuntu and Botho, that we'll understand that serenity was one of the names that Prof gave to Sobukwe, but he didn't tell him. But this is from the interview, that I looked at Sobukwe as serenity. Let me rush to the land and the law, that it is important for this session, that as we are still looking at the law, that I've touched on 1913 Land Act. I don't want to go deep into it, but this is an act that you must read extensively. There are laws that are very still relevant today, and that's what my colleague said when you talk about Bantu Authorities Act of 1951. That's the act that gave birth to the tribal and regional land authorities that was run by the Bantustan. But we were still having resistance when there was this act in 1951. And this came from different areas, as you can see. The Black Resettlement Act of 1954, your District 6, Sophia Town, and Cato Mano, that's where they were founded. The Transcanadian Constitution of 1963, which led you to 1979 to 1981, where we said the law was under stress, where you had many Bantustans from TBVC states, Transkei, Bophuthatswana, Ciskei, Venda. Between 1979 and 1981, the apartheid law was under stress. It was based on these acts. You looked at the question of self-governing states also, which they were saying they were like a toy telephones, a dummy toy telephones for the reserve based of the Land Act of 1913. And that's where you find Abolebwakho, Mukazankulu, Kwatwa, Kwandabele. Those were self-governing states. They were not Bantustans. They were not TBVC. So that's how apartheid government operated. You looked at the Homeland Citizenship Act. You looked at the Deeds Register Act of 1937. That's still where you hold your title deed. We're still sitting with an apartheid act. We're still sitting with the State Land Disposal, Land Administration Act, which is almost 30 years. That is what you can say, it is a new law. People who are staying in apartments, you are still sitting with 1986 Section Titles Act, amended also. The Land Titles Adjustment Act of 1993 also. The Spatial Planning, this is the new act that have just come in. These are the laws that I will want to jump quickly because of time, that I will want you to look at. These are the sub-legislations that have been there and that we have ignored. And we looked at Section 25, when actually there have been draconian laws that have been drafted, crafted, implemented in this country. The One of Property Valuation Act also, the Land Tenure, 1991, the Land Reform, the Restitution of Land Rights, and where you have the commission that was set up. You have the many commissions that have been set up on the land question, but we have not yet got any reparation around the land question in this country. The Communal Property Association Act that we have mentioned, that it doesn't have an African context. It can be of 1996, but there is a challenge around it. The Land Surveying Act, it is also another questionable act. The Land Reform, extension of Security 10, I think we have touched on it extensively. I will jump all these acts, but the KwaZulu Ingonyama Trust Act, I think I must not pass on it. This is a very important act of 1994 also. That Expropriation Act and how people perceive it, that why is the land only in the Zulu Kingdom? This is the model also that has managed to can protect land robbery. But there is still more debates around it of Ingonyama Trust. Does it really benefit the people of KwaZulu-Natal if you have Ingonyama Trust? Women, land, and the law. I think I should not have missed the part of women and the land. It's very important to always ground the bomme lelefatse. There's no way we can talk about land without grounding it to the women. Because from the land, that's where we are giving birth. That's where you harvest, and that's where you can say the role of women in this country in terms of being landowners is very important and being farmers. I will skip this paper, but I will urge you to read this paper of Terence Ranger, because this is where colonialism claims that they had an idea of the landscape topography, and they are using Mapungubwe, the Matopos of Zimbabwe, they are using Lesotho mountains, all the landscapes that we have in this country, in every province. There are people who claim that they were the ones who have created those ideas. They wrote them in their poetry, they were singing about it, they've been doing a lot about our landscapes. And I think it's very important to read Terence Ranger when he was in Berlin, in the House of Culture. Spirituality and land, that's my last part. I think it's very important to also link land with our spirituality. Because from land, that's where the source of life comes. And land also, it is important when you look at the modern history, modernity, the post-modernity that we are in, and when you look at this question of land as a source of life and livelihood. I don't think we have to look at land just as property. Livelihood, survival of the fittest. The question of land also and spirituality, I had one paper that I was reading also last night that I had a problem with it, that it wanted to link land with God almost, and the Bible and the Christians. And that's where Prof. Ramos's conversation with the late Motsoko Pheko was to dispel this issue of churches being the landowners, even magistrate in apartheid South Africa. Most of the landowners were the magistrate and they were churches. But also it is important, this concept of res nullis, that there was no man's land, that this is a fallacy. And this is where we find the concepts that has come in terms of the land robbery, that the issue of there was no man here when people arrived in Azania or in the African continent. That is a fallacy. But theology has its own definition, how they want to define the question of land, using the Bible. Through inheritance, they talk about the gift, the land is a gift, it's inheritance from God. So I want us to be critical on it, not to read it through the Bible, because it was the same Bible that was used to capture and occupy our land. Hence we had an advanced team of missionaries. But the missionaries came before the mercenaries. So there were mercenaries and missionaries. So the biblical narrative of land, it is important for us to can digest it in this session. I think I will close with this. This is the author, Resani, from University of Free State, who was writing around the question of land and theology. And I find him, like I said to you, problematic in terms of how he wants to derive the issue of the creator and creation and the land and inheritance and the gift of God. But we need to understand, those who took the land, they didn't see land for us as a gift or as boswa or inheritance. They didn't see those values from us. So we cannot raise the issue of that. As other writers have said, land means security, inclusion, blessings, sharing. You know, we can say land, it is a blessing, but to other African countries, it has become the curse. The minerals that are in the DRC Congo, it's become the curse of their conflict. The oil that is in Sudan, it has become a curse of the people of Sudan. Every mineral or every wealth that we have in this country or in this continent, it has become not a blessing to us, but a curse. On that note, I think I will end here because of time, but I think what I wanted to say with Prof. Ramose, I think, Prof, it is a befitting tribute and a befitting moment for us to honor you as you are still alive and among us. We have moved. We have been around for long. We have moved many universities from Venda, Limpopo, UP, UNISA. We have been to Europe, but we have returned home as one of our what I call the sage of all ages. You are not just the sage, but you are the sage of all ages. Ke a leboga, asante sana, enkosi.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Thank you very much for that talk. I am learning a lot. I'm learning a lot. Colleagues, I would like us to take questions, maybe 1 or 2 rounds of question. May our questions be precise, quick, and to the point, so that we are all able to leave this venue, this historical venue, hopefully by 4 o'clock. Okay, I saw Ndumiso. Do you still want to ask a question? Yes. So I saw Ndumiso, another question over here, and this gentleman on this table. So 3 questions. 4, yes. Okay, 4 questions. Yes, please.
Okay. My first is a comment to Ras Sipo about the particular rendition of Tina Sizwe that you chose. I have made the point before that although you say the song is without author, the version sung by the PAC contains another clause that says, Mababetwe. Mababetwe bazoyega umhlaba wethu. So it doesn't leave it as a mystery how it is that we will get it back. It suggests that something is necessary before the result of the song. It's not simply a prayer that leaves everything to the unseen, but enjoins those who sing it to do something about the situation. So the Jacob Zuma version of this song seems to have a genealogy that is as suspicious as the South African Natives National Congress. The second question, this one is a question. I suppose, you know, I've heard the word property used a lot today. Those who are students of law know that in some of the old universities, they still refer to the law of things. Of course, because there are things, there's intellectual property and other kinds of entities. There's talk of property now, but the distinction between things and persons is one which exists in legal metaphysics, both African and Western. And in the Nguni languages, the distinction between persons and things are expressed by their prefixations. So when we speak of people, we say ukuku, ukris. When we speak of things, we say into, islahla. Now, the logic of this language suggests that land is not a thing, because what do we call it? Umhlaba. What else is not a thing is air. Umoya. What else is not a thing? Water, amanzi. Of course, you know that u in plural becomes a. Umuntu, abantu. And because water is neither singular nor plural, we say amanzi, you know. But the point I'm trying to drive is that as a corporeal thing and an entity separate from human beings, neither of these 3 things make any sense, because they are the very possibility condition, not simply for human flourishing, but for existence. There could be no conversation between us without water, air, and land. And so the idea, of course, the lawyers know, is that things can be converted to the realm of that which may be bought and sold, the so-called res commercia. But the point is that these things may not be subjected to that logic, because it is as selling human beings themselves, which of course we know has been done in history. But this would be classified in the same realm of moral defectivity. Now, the point that I'm trying to make, of course, is that thinking even non-traditionally about the property status of land and still insisting on thinking of land as property may be at the foundation of the problem. It's a problem which also subsisted when our sister was talking about the beadwork and the living dead. What is their status as owners? You know, even in the Roman law, they have what you call usufructus, the idea of using something and enjoying its fruits without becoming its owner, which includes the right to alienate and to destroy. So to destroy land, of course, would be a great evil because it must be left to those who succeed you and is a possibility condition for their life. This may sound like a roundabout way, but I'm directed to Dr. Osobrook in this question of the imagination. And it ties with the dimension of Ramose's international legal thought. So there are two things. At the negotiations, it's the unnatural persons and their representation. In fact, unnatural persons, juristic persons. I'm sorry, I now speak to lawyers a lot. I need to reform. But the law allows those who are not human beings to become persons. And in many instances, they enjoy more human rights than actual persons in flesh. But these persons were part of the negotiations. And in fact, many of us who say we own our houses may find that our houses are owned by these persons. Those particular ones are called the banks. They own the land on which most of the food is produced. So when we speak of the farmers as owners, there's a little bit of a mistake. But the role of these non-persons, who are persons, in the unfoldment of the valuation of land as a commodity is a missing factor. Let me close because it seems like I must put this in my own talk tomorrow. The point is that Izwelethu, which Sipho also extended, Africa, you know, the PAC never said South Africa, or even Azania with Izwelethu, but the whole of the continent. And the point is that even in our own region, the fiction of Lesotho, the fiction of Eswatini, the fiction of Botswana, which even the first union constitution had provisions for the integration of this. They are just British protectorate contingencies of a historical period which have no sense in our lives, even if you just study us by the language and customs of a place. That the population is really not a distinct entity that calls for the creation of a nation state in any sense. But I leave the matter here. Thank you.
Gentlemen in this table.
Each advocate already said a mouthful there. I wonder. Yeah, it's still the mission of the Rumble in the jungle, yeah. So we're going to protest this jungle of it, Ramobula in the jungle. Yeah, my question was, Prof, it was advocate, sorry. The issue of the shape that is currently taking place. We have those targets, Muna, SDGs, what? SDG number, please remind me, the land and the water and the what, SDG 14, 15, 13, somewhere there. I get lost with this curriculum. So sustainability, how we gonna, as the gross ecosystem monitoring system, like the situation is currently taking place in Northwest there, as we are watching it in the corridors of university, the steel fountain. Yeah, those hardfalls, the cartels who are still organizing themselves to rob us land. But if you see the standing of a mine is just a shaft, I think it's a square meter. But deep down inside, there's a lot happening. I would have liked an advocate to touch on the Bambata, since we are still struggling with the red tax, Bafetu. It's here to stay, the red tax. So we would like to ask also Professor, Doctor, the issue of, the Afrikaners moving to LA after the fire in LA. So I think President Donald Trump trusts this guy to go and restore land that side. Do you have hope in that mission too? Yeah, thank you. I think, besides the Iranian stuff, sure.
To me.
My question is for Advocate Mantula, and I suppose it's a small one on the advocate. I wonder, with the tensions that you put forward, or with the presentation that you've given, whether there's tensions between what must be a fealty to the Constitution with the title advocate. I, of course, understand that everybody has to work and so must have a profession or labor wherever they must. But I'm just curious about whether carrying the title outside of the courtroom has any link to the fidelity to which one must have to the Constitution in order to practice the law. Thank you.
Last
question. Advocate, I feel that the conversations about God, the church, and the land is very critical, as it directly precipitates from the 1493 Bull Decree by Pope Alexander VI in an attempt of resolving an emerging conflict between Spain and Portugal. Then the rest becomes a precipitating rain in which, besides the Latin Americans, we also find ourselves entrapped in those narratives. And I think for me, by the time Berlin Conference happens in the 8th century, already this train has been moving. But what I find very interesting with this dictum of Pope Alexander VI, unashamedly, he says, anyone who is not a Christian nor belong to the Catholic Church, it's a barbarous soul without any ability of claiming anything. So the discourse of discovery and forfeiture on the grounds of religious dictums becomes the epicenter. And maybe I am thinking through the mind of Dr. Ladla that somehow the language of private property, even in terms of our view of the land, from where we stand, is it not somehow hijacked by the discourse that has already been introduced in our search to affirm our own agency, which somehow loses the very epicenter of what I find Professor Ramos is seeking to engage in African philosophy through Ubuntu, which advances Homo sapien-centric narrative beyond part of the Homo sapiens who have fallen from the grace of common human consciousness. So in our protest, we end up becoming mingled with their ideological frameworks about life itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As punishment for not listening, I will not take another round of questions. I will only allow our speakers to respond to the questions that have been asked. And I would like to request that we move on to the next section of the day, so and do the gift giving and allow Prof. Ramose to do his appreciation speech, and we close the event. Thank you, colleagues.
Hi, thanks everyone for your engagement and your actually fascinating questions. I was expecting, I work in a philosophy background, so usually the questions will figure out your argument and look for holes, and then you'll get pointed at those holes, and you have to defend your argument. So this has been a different way of engaging, which is much more productive and fruitful, I think. So the first question from Tomiso Tladla was, well, I'm not sure if I got that there was a question, but there did seem to be a question. Is from what I can imply from there, is why are you talking about property if the issue has been diagnosed as a question of sovereignty? And indeed, I was talking about property. In fact, I was giving a critique of the current system that only recognizes Western property ownership, and precisely arguing for different, for the recognition of a wider variety of how people actually live their lives. So there are systems by which you can, with GIS, track where people live, where they are, and then start to regulate those modes of tenure. But that still, I guess, is talking about, it's not talking about, is it talking about sovereignty? So was I talking about sovereignty? I was talking about the epistemic side, so that certain systems of recognition of land have been displaced. So I wasn't talking about the land itself and what people are doing on it, but I think those systems are connected. So when you're going to talk about sovereignty, there is somewhere where someone is sovereign, and people are living and working in that place. And we need to recognize and regulate how those people negotiate amongst each other. And if we have a state, the state should then be backing up the claims of the most vulnerable people. And that does seem to me to be a question of sovereignty. So I think that this issue of how land is recognized in the country is also a question of sovereignty and not just property ownership. Because it's about how we recognize the land. And that is, I think, one way of interpreting this question of Izwe Lethu. As for Aranya, I'm not sure I followed that about Orania, but I can say one thing about Orania is that I've been there. And I noticed that in Orania there's a hill just outside the town where they have some statues. Just a little thing there. And they've got the statues, the heads of just all the white presidents of apartheid South Africa, except for de Klerk, he's not there. And then they're all in a sort of semicircle. And in the middle, I don't know if you've been there, in the middle is a worker. And they're all staring at this worker. And there's this effectively a slogan that you would have seen at Auschwitz, which is Arbeit macht frei. Okay, work makes you free. And I thought that's very interesting that there's an implicit critique of apartheid in Orania itself, saying that we messed up with the exploitation of black labor. And it would have worked if we just didn't do that. And we had actually lived separately and worked for ourselves. So I'm not sure whether there's an internal critique of apartheid in Orania itself, but there is a question of what makes the land our land. And that is the people who are working on it. Even in Oranje itself, there's this recognition. Whether those people should go to America, well, I don't think they'll have their freedom there that they have where they are now. And not many people have taken that up. And so then I think I should leave it over to Sipho. Thank you.
No, thank you. No, maybe let me touch on the academic freedom. I don't think the issue of advocate status and critiquing the even constitution and the law is something that we can run away from. We must always unmask the law and unjust laws, mostly. Laws that they don't talk to our people, that doesn't talk to our dignity, must always unmask them. The law, like we have said, the issue that Prof. Ramose raised on the question of land, like I've said earlier, the role of justice, the role of law and ethics, is very important. That even if you have many legal minds who are also part of the land robbery, the issue of how lawyers have been used also in terms of the transfer of land, whether from the owner to the buyer to the seller. You look at the drafters of the Land Reform Act, they are legal minds. And hence I was talking about Section 25, to say the legal researchers and legal scholars of UCT were behind the crafting of Section 25. And I'm not saying this out of having read it somewhere. There was a session we had where we were critiquing Section 25 with those legal scholars of UCT. And I think it's very important for us to can raise this question that when you look at what Ndumiso is saying in terms of the law of property, it goes back to the question of law and language also. That the Latin and the Roman Dutch law that has been used on the question of land also, or on the question of property, it has been to the favor of the Western narrative or the Western hegemonic knowledge system. So even when you think of property law, whether immovable or movable property, it is still on the land. When you think of minerals, it is still on the land. When you think of water, you know, those are the basic needs, and those are the issues that were ignored by the drafters of this constitution, which also it has become a questionable clause, Section 25. Despite that, we have sub-legislations that I have mentioned earlier. But the question of land and the language, it is important for our colleges of law, faculties of law, to start to critically question this concept of property law, the law of things, the intellectual property law also. And when you look also at the question of that, land and customary law. But I think in our instance, it is Ubuntu law, it's African law. Because the same traditional leaders or kings or queens, they've also were victimized, were also used for this land robbery. We cannot also talk about land without raising the question of what was then the role of traditional leaders. What was the question of Bantustan leaders? So you can see how the law was also being used through parliament, like I've said earlier, that the parliamentary supremacy that emerged, the constitutional supremacy that is emerging also, that the question of land has been ignored. But faculties of law, colleges of law have to open this debate of this property law that is not benefiting our people. The same like international law, when I was talking about how Prof. Ramose looked at the question of law from international law of colonization. Because if you want to look at the law, and hence I use the Berlin Conference, that the Congo Conference becomes the crime scene or becomes a point of departure of that it took 3 months of technocrats, diplomats, and legal minds to look at the question of how to steal the African continent and how to take Congo as a free state. You know, and the issue that you are raising of the church also in the 1400s, of slavery, that finally I will say, Prof. Ramos in that conversation with Mutsuku Peku, he said that, you know, we are suffering from slavery not by coercion, but slavery by consent. So we might be consenting even to the land grab that we see in our country that has happened since 1948, 1910, 1948, 1961, 1980, all those years that I was counting of the laws around the land. It is always important that it was slavery by coercion. But 1994, it was by consent. We have agreed to Section 25. There was even Constituent Assembly. People were sending their comments to Rolf Meyer and to Cyril Ramaphosa during that time. So we cannot ignore, we say it is ignorance of the law. We were either part of that drafting, and we should have raised it many times. Even if we had the 2/3 as the country, we could have amended, and we could have taken the issue of land seriously, because that's where we are finding ourselves in this debacle with the what we'll call the demigods of white supremacy, because we are living in the era of the demigods of white supremacy now. They are also in education institutions, they are in government, they are in media. We cannot ignore the white hegemony of defining the question of land, defining the question of property rights, defining the question even of the implementation of the recent act that was signed by the president. It took almost 50 years to look at how do we expropriate the land and the properties that are not being used. But finally, let me close to say that the current ruling government is sitting with a lot of properties in this country that has become their fiefdom, their private properties. Most of them got farms after 1994, but they did not make use of those farms to do food production and food security. So it is said that you have comrades who got land, who have land. Even around town here, you find even around Mekelneck here, there's state properties here. But none of you are aware of Joburg. It is the same story. And it's under public works. So I'm just spilling these beans to you to know that when you talk of property, we have abundance of property that is owned by the state, but is in the hands of the greedy politicians. The same like land, in terms of the farms. There were many land projects that have failed, and people were given opportunities. Now it is high time that we have to allow the new generation, probably, to be the ones who lead on this question of land, who lead in terms of productivity, and not land to just sleep and wake up, but a land that can be very productive for this country. Jalebo.
Thank you very much to our speakers, and thank you very much to you, colleagues, for being here and staying until this late. I would like us to move to the gift-giving session, but before then, may I please release my speakers. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Colleagues, I would like to welcome Prof. Mkelele Madise to then do the gift-giving session. Thank you.
You said I must say something like this. Dumela Makgetho. Le tlhotse. Ka Setswana ga re re o tsogile ya re re a lo tlhotse. A letsatsi le setse le tlhabile nako a teng e tsamaile. Re re a lo tlhotse. Nna ke filwe tiro e botlhofo thata ya gore ke ke tlo go ema fa go refosana sengwe le rre kgotsa konokono e re tlileng fa ka yone Professor Ramose. When I was approached, I was basically approached by two young ladies. You know, when you are approached by women, especially when they are beautiful, and they ask for something from you, you end up not even knowing whether you are agreeing or not agreeing, only to realize you have already committed yourself and you can't withdraw from that commitment. All I want to say is I had an opportunity actually to meet Professor Ramose some few years ago. I don't know if you still remember that, Professor Ramose, that day. It was in the morning and we were coming to work. And we met at a bus stop. Those days we used to use the bus that was delivering us or actually even transporting us to work. And the first thing that we did was to greet each other. Actually, you greeted me in Setswana and I responded in Setswana as well. And we started talking in Setswana and people were like, who are these ones that are speaking Setswana that is not actually mixed with any terms which are foreign to Setswana? And especially around the environment of Pretoria, because you would know that in Pretoria, Setswana, the language spoken in Pretoria is not purely Setswana, though Pretoria itself is a Setswana area of residence for many people, historically, of course. I'm not sure how many of you that have actually interacted with Professor Ramose have discovered that he not only has contributed to knowledge to only a group of us, he has actually taught generations. And not many people get the opportunity to do that. If you teach one generation after the other, I don't know, you probably must have even taught children of other people that you taught when you were still very young. Because sometimes, you know, some of our children may basically follow onto your footsteps as a parent, wanting to do the same or follow the same career as you did. You probably might have taught a father and a son, or a father and a daughter, a mother and a daughter, a mother and a son, whatever. That is basically teaching one generation after the other. And that's a legacy. And I suppose and I hope that many other people will basically build on that legacy. In fact, I should say to those that are learning from you, will need to build on that legacy. Professor Ramos has already put on the foundation. Those that are learning from him, it shouldn't just be his philosophy that is a foundation, but go and put one brick on top of another. The foundation is solid already, it's been laid. What is left to those or of those that are learning from him is for them to put one brick on top of another and move on with it. Professor Ramose has engaged with many other scholars in various disciplines. I don't know how many of you know that at one stage Professor Ramose also taught in theological seminaries. Mo-Africa advocate Mantula was talking about theology and all that. And basically he was teaching philosophy in theology. And he probably must also have conscientized many other theologians, even about the very same issue of land, to ask how is it that the church owns the land when it is the church that's supposed to be acting as a tool of liberation to the oppressed and marginalized, and maybe even the disenfranchised as well. I want to also say my connection with Professor Ramos, as it dates back to the early 2000s, has also brought up some memories. I remember, and I don't know if you still remember that, Professor Ramose, when we were confronted by some challenges as staff. And at that time, the Black Forum was quite active and many academics were part of that. We engaged even with the management on issues of academic freedom. Why is it taken away? We even talked about issues of why commercialize universities when universities are supposed to be centers of knowledge rather than centers of commercializing knowledge. Today you talk about knowledge that's been commercialized. You are told if you can't publish an article you must know that the university is not generating money. And a university, actually, we call it a university, universal institution of education. It should actually be an institution that conscientizes the entire world. But it seems like these days, universities have become institutions that makes or that generates money. There's nothing wrong with generating money, but there's something wrong when you generate money for the purpose, not the purpose that is supposed to conscientize and create a mind that will actually develop this world, because our purpose here is basically to develop the world and not to benefit ourselves, but to benefit one generation after the other. There was a debate here about the issue of land. We cannot be owners of the land, in my view. We can only be custodians of the land, because we come and go, one generation after the other. Now, if you own the land, what are you saying about the next generation? Where are they going to live? Who are they going to produce food for? And the owners of the land, are they going to be the owners of that food production? And simply say to those that don't have access to that land, should become the buyers or the consumers, all because they need to buy. Again, the issue of Ubuntu. It's a very deep concept, especially of philosophy, Ubuntu, and all of that. And I don't know whether we will ever finish the concept of Ubuntu. It goes back, I mean, when I started here, I started greeting in Setswana, and I even spoke about our Professor Ramose. He and I were speaking in Setswana. It was actually the essence of saying my roots are embedded in where I am, my language. The language that I have actually sucked from my mother's breast, from my mother, from those that were around me, the environment. It speaks to many things. So for Professor Ramose, I just want to say, in many instances, people say a hero is never revered by his own communities. But these days, or today, it has actually been proven to be otherwise. As a person who has not only conscientized us in South Africa or in Africa, you conscientized the whole world. At one stage, you used to be in Europe. How many other people in Europe have you conscientized? You have actually given a different picture of what knowledge is all about. Knowledge is not local, but it's global. And I'm happy that I had the opportunity to meet with you and see you in person, and even being able to engage you in many other issues, even in the past. Sometimes even in some of the movements that we had in the university, the formations, as I said earlier on, there were challenges that we encountered as we were growing. But let me not also go deeper into this, because I was just being asked to come and present you with a gift. But before I present it to you, I'm first going to have to call Advocate Mo Africa Mantula, as well as Dr. Is it also Brooke? Yeah, to come forward, because I've been asked to first give them their gifts as well. Then I would move on to Professor Ramose. Mo Africa. Well, you know, in the African context, usually when you have a guest and your time with the guest comes to an end, you always give a guest something. When I was growing up in school, we would call it pat course. I don't know how many of you understand what pat course. In a journey, you would always have that little scarf tin that you would spend, and along the way, for you not to get hungry, you would eat something. But you are given here by the School of Humanities and the discipline of philosophy.
Thank you.
To say thank you. Yeah. And to Advocate Mantula, this is also for you. And finally, I will invite Professor Ramose ka Setswana ra re ke konokono. The word professor in Setswana now, for those of you who did not know, is konokono. The one with knowledge, the one who knows more than everybody.
Thank you very much, Prof. Matise. This is the last section of the program where Prof. Ramose, after having received his gift, he will give his words of thank you and appreciation. Prof. Ramose. Thank you.
Sanbonani. Permit me the request that we please observe a moment of silence in memory of the mother of our children, Matsiriso Teboho Motsari. She bade goodbye to this world 10 months ago in a hospital in Belgium, with us around till the last second of her breath. Thank you. Thank you also, not only for the invitation, but also for the hard work that you have done to make this occasion possible, a real and living reality. I am infinitely grateful to everyone involved in the preparations and to everyone present here, because I believe you could have chosen to be somewhere else, but you are here. And that, for me, is very meaningful and deeply so. I will bother you with some few words because I'm told I will have to speak again tomorrow, so the rest will be reserved for tomorrow. But I have just one or two subtitles. The first title is, Where are we? Where are we? We are in a country ultimately called South Africa, but known as Conqueror South Africa by others. Of this country, the son of Jan Smuts, former Prime Minister, way back, his son wrote the following. In 1486, Portuguese explorer Bartholomew Dias was rudely buffeted past the Cape in a gale. This was the first rounding by European explorers since the days of Pharaoh Necho, 7 centuries before Christ. Diaz christened this just jutting headland the Cape of Storms. 11 years later, Another Portuguese navigator, da Gama, while on the way to the east, also passed within view of Table Mountain with its cloth of mist. It was calm, with a brilliant sun shining. He rechristened it the Cape of Good Hope. This was a more happy augury for the birth of a new country. But the fate of storms predicated by Diaz has been ever close to us. I make a commentary on this. By 1486, the bull of Pope Nicholas V, Romanus Pontifex, was already issued in favor of King Alfonso V of Portugal. It granted Africa to this king without prior consultation with the indigenous inhabitants of the continent from time immemorial. The grant was burdened with the duty upon the king to convert, even by force, the indigenous peoples to Christianity. It is not surprising, therefore, that the two named Portuguese were the first Europeans to arrive at the Cape. They christened and rechristened the area instead of either asking the indigenous inhabitants, what is it that you call this your land? They didn't ask them if they found any. Instead, they decided to Christian it. You see, Christians do not name, they Christian, they Christianize. Still on the question, where are we? We are in a country where the fate of storms predicted by Diaz is still with us today. We are at the University of South Africa, established by Act number 16 of June 16, 1873. The Act is explicit on the name. The name is to be the University of the Cape of Good Hope. The Act established this university in a region known as a colony, a land acquired through conquest in an unjust war, and by virtue of the ethically untenable right of conquest, claimed sovereignty over it and subjugated the indigenous peoples until today. The doctoral dissertation of Maurice Boucher, under the title, The University of the Cape of Good Hope and the University of South Africa, 1873 to 1946, a case study in national and imperial perspective, remains an important source of the study of the history of this university. And so, in the book entitled Spes in Arduis, een geschiedenis van de Universiteit van Zuid-Afrika, we also find the history, his story of this university. This book is also available in English. The architectural design of this university, especially the Theo van Wyk building, is that of a ship, in memory of the 3 ships of Jan van Riebeeck. These ships laid anchor on the shores of this country without land cargo in them. There was no land cargo in those ships. The administration building of Pretoria University also has the architectural design of a ship. The original motto of the University of the Cape of Good Hope, this one was Spes in Arduis, hope in adversity. The Spes is an echo, a happy reminiscence of the Cape of Good Hope. The motto of the University of Cape Town reaffirms this with the words Spes Bona, also translatable into good hope. By this, these universities, together with those that were established after them, affirmed their commitment and loyalty to the colonial heritage of education in this country. Their space and architectural design are a triumphal celebration of conquest in an unjust war. In this situation, the colonial conquerors exercised the ethically untenable right of conquest to commit the triple injustice of economicide, epistemicide, and religicide. Beneath the act establishing the University of the Cape of Good Hope lay strife between the British and the Afrikaner. The latter were dissatisfied with their perceived dominance of English over Hollands or Dutch. They were reluctant to participate in a common university life among the conquerors out of fear of loss of their cultural identity. Rivalry between Christian churches of contending and different theological standpoints complemented the strife between English and Afrikaner. Other immigrants, such as the Jews, mainly from Lithuania, and the French Huguenots, became part of this strife. The French Huguenots, together with the Dutch, immortalized the House of Orange in this country. Hail to William, the Prince of Orange, and long live Orania. To our brother, Chris. The picture, your description of what you saw in Orania and the inscription, Arbeit, labor makes you strong. Please note that really the worker inside is actually the Jew who is actually present at Auschwitz. Please visit Auschwitz in Poland one good day. At the gate, you will see exactly, it's German, but it's the same translation, all right? The black person in that circle is like the Jew who sat down in Auschwitz under the gas showers. This is someone we must kill and must be killed. In this case, we will kill them by forcing them to become cheap laborers for our own wealth. So Orania is not friendly to blacks when it comes to what you have described. This is in parentheses as I was listening to you. The stripe above is evidence that any university worth its name is the terrain of contention and strife in the unfolding search for truth, justice, and peace for all. On this reasoning, a university is not, strictly speaking, a university, but a pan-episteme, that is to say, a pluriversality of knowledges in critical dialogue with one another. An insignificant appendage, save for its compulsory cheap labor, to this bellicose and fragile coexistence among the conquerors was the ni blancos, that is to say, the indigenous peoples conquered in the unjust wars of colonization. The Lovedale Missionary Institute of the Anglican Church asked if this could be admitted to the Council of Public Examinations. It goes without saying that their admission would turn them into efficient, cheap laborers if they passed the examinations. The first head of the Department of Philosophy at UNISA was a Belgian professor, De Vleeschhouwer. He was a fugitive of justice, suspected of collaboration with the Nazis during the Second World War. Professor Archie Dick published important research on him in the journal Clio. Mogobela Ramose was the first member of the indigenous conquered peoples to hold the position of chair of the Department of Philosophy at UNISA. He fought the injustice in conqueror South Africa and was granted political asylum in Belgium. And so, a crucial part of the history of the Department of Philosophy here may well be construed as the tale of two Belgians and not a tale of two cities. Our 2 days gathering is a critical moment in the transition from his story of this department to our story of the Department of Philosophy as a reflection of the condition of human relations in this country. I thank you for your attention. The next is for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for being here with us. And thank you very much, Prof. Ramose, for honoring us and for your words of appreciation. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your presence and honoring this invite. Colleagues, I am going to close this event. Well, I'm going to close day one. We hope and trust that we will see you tomorrow. And we are looking forward to more interesting engagement. Hopefully, tomorrow we won't stay here until this late, crossing fingers. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Have a safe trip back home, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.